Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live trading journal. The idea here is that I capture everything on my screens in the video, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. And I don't have to be screen snapping and typing and doing all the things required to keep up a proper journal. Also, it adds, of course, transparency and accountability, etc. So, first of all, this is not for financial or trade advice because I'm not licensed to give that. I do trade live. This is a live funded account funded by me, my money. So this is live trading, and I trade real time, and it's captured completely. The stream lasts from now 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time through 1500 every day, every trading day, and everything is completely live and transparent, both in the recording in the stream and obviously pushed here to YouTube. The idea, something important to note is on my charts that I refer to, the time is always Central Standard Time. And yeah, okay. So I'm not funded in any way. So, likes and subs are great. I'd appreciate that. And looking around here, everything seems to be started up and okay, and the stream is trickling down the hill, and that's a good thing. All right, let's do the what am I doing here? I'm trying to find something I don't see. Let's do the numbers now. Obviously, this tomfoolery with the government shutdown is, I guess, winding down. How lovely of them to finally get their decide to come to work and earn the pay that of course, they have been collecting their pay, their health benefits, without any interruption. You can bet this wouldn't have been nearly as long if they'd have just chopped them all off, but they have pockets, but they certainly don't do that. So we have a curtailed report. We should have had CPI today and things like that. But this is what we've had. So it is what it is. Now it's over with. Let's just put that behind us, and maybe tomorrow we'll get a report, which would be, let's see, what might that be? Nothing. Okay. Nothing scheduled tomorrow, so that's convenient. Earnings are not much for the week. However, next Wednesday is NVIDIA, so keep that one on your calendar. We got some building Home Depot and stuff, which might give some insight into the housing market a little bit, but primarily, and we got the retail boys out here, Walmart, and that could Lowe's. That might also have some insight as to where this economy is going. I think it's pretty obvious to everybody, but there you are. Next, and by the way, I forgot to mention, this is investing.com, which is completely, all of my news sources are free. You can, of course, pay for them to remove the ads or get, live stream or whatever you want to do. I don't, for the benefit of people who are following the stream and don't, I want them to know, anybody to know, that this reporting is free. You can filter it to your time zone, your country, your reports of choice. Do you want a 1, 2, 3 stars? I filter out the 1-star things that doesn't have much bearing for me. And there's also earnings, as I said, holidays, dividends, all that stuff. The second news source that I follow is Financial Juice, also free. You can pay for it, as they remind you about every screen. I think this thing stays visible the whole time. But hey, I don't mind. Financial Juice has a similar docket here as far as a calendar, except they add things like non-finance report economy report numbers and things. Example, which can be, definitely can be market moving. Here's one at 1300. Trump is signing executive orders. Now, I call these random risk or, unknown risks typically. Fortunately for Financial Juice and for us, and I guess it's because they, the White House or somebody is sharing this information, they're able to update it. This is great that we get some heads up. No political statement whatsoever. It's just, it's prudent to recognize potential risks to your business. And this can be a potential risk to the market, to the auction. So anything like that. So that's great. Those are the financial numbers. And now let's get on with the pre-market. Okay. Excuse me. For example, this was a tweet by Trump out of no place at 10 o'clock in the morning. That's 229 handle sell-off. What I mean by random risk or unidentified risk. Not anything, no comment one way or another, but if you weren't properly, didn't have your stops and your targets in the market, this could have been a real bad day for you. There you go. Now we are going to open, it looks like, lower out of range. So I'm not really understanding why this is doing this. This doesn't look correct to me. I think my data may be off here. Here's the ETH session. Okay, there's our open. Here's where we're trading right now. This says the previous RTH low is right here. That means right there. That means we should be lower out of range. Okay, here we go. There we go. All right. I just was not getting that didn't look right to me with the volume profile from in Bookmap. So never mind. At this moment, we're lower out of range. Oh, great. I'm so happy. Another frickin' gap. Yesterday was gap up. This is going to be a gap down. Again, here we are. And these expected moves, I got to get out of here. They're not anything anymore. I'll talk about that at some point later. So here we are. What would I suggest is going to happen or expect to happen today? Over here, you can also see this little white nub right here is where we're currently trading. Lower, just lower than the low of yesterday. Still well within range of the market of the micro composite, but it'll be a gap down, likely. What do you expect's the deal? So the inventory is essentially 60-70% short, I would guess. We had this trading overnight in London and Asia, and then London kicked in, and here we go. I would expect that we would have some responsive buying to take profit. Remember, this is yesterday. That's about as balanced a profile as you're going to want, isn't it? Rotational, balanced. They're waiting for something. This is trading. This is just the market, the auction, up and down. We have two profiles here. I'm going to expect some responsive buying at the open, after the open, for profit taking. What else do we have going on here? Well, and this is the ES, by the way. I'm sorry about that. This is the ES, mini NASDAQ, the micro composite, and the market profile. I'm currently focusing on and trading the micro because of I've switched some things in the back end here, and this is a live account, so I'm very conscious of my risk, and I'm not going to do something stupid for the sake of the stream. Well, actually, for the sake of I don't know how to say it exactly, but you know, this is my stream and my trading, so I'm not going to do something dumb. And I am aware that the primary concern or job of a trader is to preserve your account, manage your risk. I'm not going to jeopardize my account looking because I want to be a big shot and trade, you know, something big numbers. So there you go. Let's move on now to the one of the things about, Jesus, I'm getting all hung up here. The micro composite. This is my higher time frame chart. These are daily candlesticks, and this is an RTH session only chart. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it, as I have done here. And it generates, because of the way I have it set up, it generates the high and low volume nodes in the micro composite VPOC. The high and low volume nodes push to bookmap. I manually enter the POCs and things myself. I'll show you that in a minute. And the session prices automatically also push to bookmap from IRT. And let's get over to now that I'm stumbled all over that one. Look at all the liquidity jump in here as we trade down. Isn't that interesting? This heat map is reflecting this liquidity, all these orders that suddenly piled in here, and they weren't there right there. Now they're here now. Okay, this is bookmap. This is the dome, or the ladder, or the price ladder, or whatever you want to call it. These are resting liquidity. These are orders that are resting, waiting in the book. These are the prices. This is the high time frame or micro composite column where I enter these values manually. This is the naked volume point of control at the close of yesterday's RTH session right there. You can see it right over here. And then the high from yesterday, which we didn't, or the other day we didn't take out, etc. Here is the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap from IRT. And this is the full session volume profile. Stand by 1 second. So we have the full session volume profile. Excuse me. God damn. And what that is, coughing going on here. This started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the full session or the Globex. RTH session volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. And the notes column, which is pretty important to me. And the session prices, which are pushed automatically to bookmap from IRT. Now, be sure you recognize that I have no indicators on my bookmap or any of my charts. I have a POC for the full session, a POC for the RTH. The POC for the full session is this more muted yellow, and the RTH is somewhere else. There is a mid for the RTH, and there is a Globex VWAP and a RTH VWAP. Now, POC is none of these levels or anything that I deal with or show here or use are anything different than price, data, and probabilities. That's it. The POC just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. The very second that one of these price levels trades one contract more than here, we're going to jump from 62.5 to wherever that is, period. Easy. Something that confuses some people are the initial balance levels, which here's the initial balance high and the initial balance low down below somewhere. Excuse me. The initial, or up above us, this is the low. The initial balance levels are old market profile term, and that I think is why people get confused. All these two lines really represent are the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more. So, it's real simple. Very straightforward. It's not easy, but doesn't need to be mysterious, complicated. You don't need to wear a wizard hat and have a magic wand and all that crap, right? So let's get on with the statistics and the notes. The first thing I do is determine the open type for the day. There are 4, and there are only 2 criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that open price compare to the previous close, which is right up here? It's lower, huh? And how would that open compared to the previous low or previous range? Well, there's the previous RTH low. So at this moment in time, we would gap down again, lower out of range. So the first thing I do is change the title of the column like this. And I do that because when I look back at the stream or a screen snap or anything else, and I see the column title for the day, that tells me a lot of information with regard to the overnight or the ETH session. So the next thing I do, you see where we have all the statistics and everything from yesterday, is clear that column. Okay, because now we're going to put in new statistics based on the open type. The statistics are probabilities that these price levels will be revisited in the upcoming RTH session, and they come from the homework study based on the open type. And let's look at that beauty, which is right over. Remember, this is the micros because that's what I'm trading today. So be forewarned. And the levels of the micro and the straight and the mini are not identical. They're close. The movement is close, but they are not identical. So don't, some people, try to cross trade. They watch the mini and trade the micro. I don't know how you do that because it's not the same. So here is the study in IRT, which conveniently highlights the correct open type, but it will only happen after 8:30. So we've determined that we're going to open gap down, lower outer range. The study looks back at 1,618 days in the micros. It's 2,000 in the minis. Of these days where we open, of these 1,600 trading days is our sample, is our data set. We opened lower out of range 236 times, or 14.5% of the time. That's pretty small, eh? Of these days where we opened lower out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 74.2% of the time. Watch this, is really complicated. Overnight volume point of control 70.2. Wow. That's, I'm sorry. And then I didn't type it right. It's 74.2. Pretty tough. Whoa, don't do that. Pretty tough, huh? There you go. And now what am I going to do? I'm just going to step down the list. The overnight low, 70.3. See that? Overnight low, 70.3. I'll tell you another thing I'm going to do, and then I'm not going to get crazy putting in all of the different statistics, because I will not be surprised at all if we pop up here and open above this low. In other words, open lower in range rather than lower out of range. So I will add a few more of these, and I also need to do my snap for the TLab, which is IB high. There we go. No, let's look for the IB low. I want to show you something. 60.5 or 60.6% of the time is the IB low from yesterday. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to go 60.5 IB low. The initials, because the split second we open, this low is going to go down below the and mark the low of the current session, of the current first 1 hour, as the high will do at the top. So this will not be here anymore, and I'll be going, what the hell was that 60.5? Overnight mid is 67.8. That's usually a good one. 67.8. Oh, come on, girls. Get over there. 67.8. Okay, now I'm going to drop off of these statistics at this point and do the the close. I want to see the close. Where's the previous close? Previous close is 51.5, and that happens to be right there. Now, obviously, I can wind this up, and some of those will jump out at us. There we go. I got that pretty close, I guess. All right, now I'm going to do this, a snap that I do and a posting that I do every day at 8:20. And that is called the TLab snap. And you will ask yourself, what in the Sam Hill is that? It is the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And as you can tell, I don't multitask well, so bear with me. Every day, I make a couple posts in there. Every morning about 6, I post the reports, and then I post the this particular snap every day at 8:20, and the snap looks like this. It is just I started this a long time ago to give some traders in the TLab, or that don't have access to this kind of charting, all the numbers they might need. And the TLab itself is as I said, is a bookmap Discord chat room, and it's free. That's important, and free is good. You're never solicited for anything. And Tom, I believe, is, as he states, that he's a been trading for 46 plus years successfully. He's got good philosophies about trade management and things like that. I got a lot of benefit out of it when I first started participating. When I started participating, it wasn't really sponsored by, he didn't have a live stream at a specific time of day, and he was continually, he would stream for like 4 hours or something, much like I do. continually, which I appreciated. Now, I will say that now it's not. Now it's a Discord room with a 1 hour, I think, or hour and a half stream in the middle of the day, which is pretty much all rearview mirror. So Tom does not trade live, nor does he call live trades. So don't, that's not there, unfortunately. You will not be solicited, and there's a good crew of people in there that are adults if you're interested. Now, here you go. You see, we're now if it stays up here, we're going to be higher in range or lower in range. Now we're back out of range. I hate it when they do this, only because it's an inconvenience for me to keep slapping this statistic back and forth. So I hope they bring it down here and open lower outer range on a little bit of a gap down, so I don't have to worry about this and change all the statistics around for the purpose of my benefit and my knowledge in the stream. We've got 5 minutes to go. I think I did the TLab well enough anyway. Go there if you feel like it, don't if you don't. What can I say? Now it's pretty important, I suppose you will agree, to be able to trade. And the way you do that with Bookmap is you must activate the trade control panel by clicking that padlock. And you must select a method you will use to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can enter trades with your mouse on the chart is in this active data column right here. See how the pointer is a $sign and here it's an arrow? There you go. The dome, which are these two dome columns, and guess what happens when you choose both? Ooh, you can do both of them. You can also always choose or always trade with your keyboard if you activate those hotkeys. Next thing I do is I use multi-brackets, and this is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied mechanically to my trades, because I've preset this up before the market opens, right? This is the smallest risk-neutral package that you can use because you need to have an even number of contracts. 2 lots. 12 ticks. You select a tick for the entire package, or a stop. The first criteria you better use is account risk parameters and tolerance, volatility of the market, volatility of your instrument, etc. Once you've established the stop size and the package size, the first risk neutral scale, or T1, is a given. It's for half of the package. Remember, I said even number. And it's for the same amount of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then you have the runner. The minute you achieve T1, the worst that you can possibly do on your trade is scratch. Huge psychological relief to me and to most people. Yes, you are giving away half of your potential revenue. You're also locking in a risk-free trade, and you can go to 4 lots or high volatility or whatever you want to do. You set these up in advance. You don't ever do this stuff during the live trade. Here we go. They're falling out. Okay, we're going to open in 2 minutes. Great. Now that that's been done, you'll notice that I have all the parameters up here that might be or metrics, as are here. I don't need the rest of these tools in the trade control panel anymore, so I confirm the package size. I can click that I have the right selection. I can click the padlock again. It stays green. It stays unlocked. I have all my metrics. I also have clear or cancel and close. Now I'm all set up to trade. I have all my real estate back. Oh, and I forgot to mention Blue Boy over here, which is a top secret, super expensive proprietary indicator that, if you subscribe and send me money, I'll show you how to do this. It is the world famous vertical line. And that's only for my personal visual reference. My workflow is I want to make sure I have the entire session in view, and we're going to open now in about 10 seconds, so let's hope this works out correctly. And I'll add another one of these on the opening print for I add that blue line at the opening print of each session. Jesus Christ, I can't talk, think, or anything. Okay, 1 second. Kaboom. No reset. That's pretty disappointing. Yesterday, this worked perfect. Well, there we go. Now it reset on my double click. Son of a gun. Okay. And now I'll give it a minute to get some space here for my first print for Blue Boy. So here we are, and that needs to go up just a tick, I suppose. If I were really anal, I could get in here and add the rest of these statistics to the downside. Okay, well, let's look at this one. Let's look at the statistic for the previous low. Well, I tell you, IRT is really struggling, and I don't know why. But I'm pissed off, tired of it, I'll tell you that. Previous low is 65.8. So the probability of coming up here and ticking this one out is 65.8% of the time. Now, I typically try not to add statistics more or less until this is, sort of under control here. Got settlement, previous close, doodly-doo. Okay. And now we're going to put Blue Boy. Okay, close your eyes if you haven't paid a lot of money. Proprietary indicator here. Boom. There we go. So my workflow used to be that I would keep the time scale on 5 minutes, and quite obviously, pretty soon the yellow lines here which mark the POCs would scroll off the left of the screen, and I wouldn't know where they were. So I would start the day out, and you saw probably when we were talking about the beginning in the pre-market, these flags, which are migrating volume points of control. Those were important to me because as the POC scrolled off the screen, I would have no idea where we had been. And I want to have all the data that I think is important to trade here on the hard right edge. Now, because I'm OCD and old habits die hard, I still put these in, but I now have replaced them essentially with Blue Boy here because I hired him on the team. I had, AI and the nuclear physicists develop this indicator. And if I glance left and see Blue Boy, I know that I have the entire session in view. And that's important to me until I anticipate interacting with the market to trade. Then I can zoom in all I want to. But I can't tell you the importance. I can't overemphasize the importance of context in our trading. Another thing I'm going to do now is switch all my IRT charting to RTH only, from full session to RTH only. And this is real tough with IRT. You select the chart, you do that, and you go like that, and there you go. Now, so it changed, if you noticed, from the RTH, ETH. Now what we've done is, this is yesterday's RTH, and here we are for today. So if there was a gap, and there was, we've closed it. Who cares? It's over with. I didn't even mark it on the chart because it was not significant enough to bother with, in my opinion. One thing I want to draw attention to is notice this profile yesterday. That's about as balanced and perfect an example of an auction that you could want. What did they do? They just traded this up? Nope, nobody wants to buy anything up here. How about down here? Oh, we're not selling anymore. Let's just trade the hell out of them right here in the middle. And that's what they did. That's what trading is. It's a speculative auction. There you go. Now we will So let me, stop running my mouth here and continue to do this. I've got everything on RTH session, and I'll explain why I do that, kind of, if you're interested, in a minute. And this is the micro, remember, and I also plot the same exact setup and push the session prices to all the boys and girls who trade the mini. Boy, IRT's choking. Look at this. I hate that. And I don't know what to do. I don't want to plop out the money for a new GPU, and I have more than enough computer otherwise. I don't know. So there we go. These are the minis. Session prices push automatically to Bookmap, and I share the session prices. Hey, Antonio, bom dia, tudo bem? And I share the session prices with anybody, all the people in TLab and Static and around. And if they would be helpful to you, drop something in the chat. Thumbs up, like, of course. Drop something in the chat. And these are the session prices. They push live continuously from 1700 on Sunday night until 1600 on Friday. It comes from Google. I upload them for distribution to a Google sheet or whatever it's called, Google Drive, and you get a CSV file that you can just plop in your CloudNote column, or these level indicator, price line indicators, or whichever Sierra charts or whatever you use. If not, okay, it's free. So as Tom says, Mama said free was good. I think free's a good thing. I agree, can be. And here we are. Here's our open. We've closed that little teeny weeny bit of a gap right there. Have we? Yeah. No, we have not closed the gap. Well, hush my mouth. We did not close the gap. There's the previous low. We got within a couple of ticks of it, turned around and hauled ass for the bottom. Lower ground, baby. Looking at a lower ground. So that's an interesting one. And now I'm probably on the wrong everything here, because I get all busy looking at stuff and then I get all confused, and I confuse easy. I've still got this whole story with IRT going on in my head here. Okay. Yesterday. So awful close. You see here? There's our high at 48.49, 48.49 quarter. Previous RTH low, 68.52. So we got a 1.75 or 2.75 point from closing the gap. I'm not going to put it on the chart, and we're selling off like we don't want to be here anymore. So let's see what happens. I don't think that's a big deal. I guess I could be technical about it and not get too and still be accurate. This will be interesting to show you the workflow anyway. So the way I do these things is, here we go, and this is going to be now the gap low. What's today? 13.1125. Okay. And here's the previous RTH high, which is, wait for it. I bet you can't figure it out. Gap high, 12. I do day, month, year. I lived in the rest of the world long enough to do that. So if that confuses you, it's just the date encoded, and that's all there is to it. I get all balled up when people do it the other way, actually. So here we are. We're open, bright. Here we go. So far, trading has been going good for me through the week. It's really pleased that I'm able to, since vetting this IB trades and moving to the live funded AMP account, funded by me, I'm trading nearly every day whenever I get a signal in the backtest system, which I'll point out and talk about and explain and all that stuff in a bit. Taking almost a trade a day. Last week, the first 2 days, I had no signal, and I don't take a trade if there's not a signal. And the signals are only for the initial balance trades, which is the strategy, the setup, whatever you want to call it, which are, I should say, the strategy or setups that I've vetted. And there's just 2 trades. There's an IB continuation on the IB high, an IB failure on the IB high, and the same for the IB low. So it's essentially, it's 2 trades, one on either side of the initial balance, and there is one for, they apply to the initial balance high or low. Well, there you go. Come on, blue boy. Do something magic over here, buddy. I'll tell you what's magic. I don't know what's going lower quicker, the market here or Agent Orange's approval. Pretty dismal, and I don't suppose that big story with the Epstein pedophile history is going to pan out well for everybody. Well, we continue to go lower. So much for my responsive buying to take profit, huh? Oof. That didn't work out so good. This is technically a gap rules situation. And what are gap rules? Well, somebody said something. You see that? Bingo. Gap rules are, hold on, I want to make sure that I've got this calculating right there and there, because this is the VPOC, this is the RTHC, is a brighter yellow. This is from Bookmap. RTH VPOC is migrated to here. According to my IRT, it's up here. I want to be sure that everybody's on the same page. God, I hate this. And I have pinged everybody. Now I'm going to have to dump a log file to these guys. Yesterday, the damn thing reset properly. Now it's not. So here we go. And they're selling it off like Kelsey's nuts, man. It's going down, baby. Okay, gap rules, sorry. If we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if price is accepted within the previous session, more specific, and even better yet, the previous range, we have a real high probability of trading all the way across that range. What would that look like? Here we opened, traded up here. If we'd have gotten into here and were accepted, even better yet, accepted up here in value, high probability in the mid to high 90s, we trade all the way across the value area. If we don't accomplish that, and that's pretty obviously what we didn't accomplish, we're looking at a gap and go. Probability, remember, this is trading and the market is random, and there are only, the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. It's a binary event. What the hell can price do? It can only go up, it can only go down. Period. It only ticks up, it only ticks down. It doesn't go horizontal, it doesn't go at an angle. It goes up or down. 50-50. It's like a coin flip. So what would be obvious? We don't go this way. What's left? That way, down in this case. And that's pretty much exactly what we're doing here. With a vengeance too, I might add. boy, now I don't have a trade to take because I am only taking the initial balance trades, and we know that there is no initial balance statistic, i.e., the first rule of my trade setup until 9:30 in the morning Central Standard Time, the end of the first 1 hour. However, if you have a vetted trade, which is mean reversion, what a pleasure, huh? Traded up here, didn't close the gap, got short on this little test back up here. This is all rear view mirror, of course. I'm just pointing it out. Traded up here, didn't make it across to or raise the IB up to the close the gap. Back up here, can't get any further. You got short on the mean reversion. What are you doing? Well, you're mean reverting and you're going Yahoo buckaroo, and you just hopefully you're trailing up behind the swing highs, and you're just happier than a pig in the mud. And that's great. Now that I have vetted the IB trades, in my opinion, I'm trying to figure out what setup to do next, actually. There's the 500-pound gorilla in the room, which Antonio and I have laughed about way more than once, and that's the migrating, the VPOC migration trade, which is so obvious because there's the yellow brick road, right? How in the hell can you miss where that's going? And if you were taking the VPOC migration trade today, there it migrated south, we traded up there and just tested at it, and you got short, and you're pretty happy about life. But that is by far not the majority of cases for me. And here's another perfect example. Now it migrates lower again, and you're going, oh, that worked great. I'm doing another one, and you get short, and guess what? I'm usually on the guess what part, I guess, because I'm slower. But so that's why you vet a trade. If it has a statistical probability of success, an edge, more importantly, or otherwise referred to as expectancy, you take the damn thing. It's the law of large numbers. We'll talk about trading as a statistical business rather than a video game or gambling or whatever else. Okay, where the hell am I? Am I on the right screen? I guess so. Welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up. Subscribe. If you don't want to do either of those things, send money. Why not, huh? Why not? What can it earn? I know a story one time. This is pretty funny if you're listening. Or if not, anyway. Years ago, before internet and anything else, if you maybe are old enough to remember a thing we used to have called newspapers. And in the newspapers was a section called the classified ads. People would put, house for rent, for sale, jobs, all that kind of stuff. There's a story, and I believe it's the truth, because at one point in time I knew the specifics about it. Some guy decided, well, let's see what happens here with this was to highlight the gullibility of people generally when they're in a group. He put an ad in several newspapers. I don't know where. Prominent newspapers, not, some little podunk town, a place that had a substantial circulation in the classifieds under there used to be all kind of classified, subtitles like want ads, looking for work, houses for rent, houses for sale. I think this was like opportunities or something like that. He put rush $50, offer closes at and whatever the date in 10 days. And got something like 1,000 responses with $50 in them. No false advertising, no lie, no nothing. Rush $50, offer closes. And some people just did it. Never will forget that. It was back in the early 70s, mid 70s, I guess. But that's people. That is herd mentality, I guess. So welcome here. We've done the pre-market. All those things are in the stream already. I've got the stream. Looks like it's trickling down the hill okay. I think I've explained why I'm on the micros rather than the minis enough for everybody. And if not, one more time. This is a live funded account trading my money, funded by me. AMP account, actually. And I've had some issues with IRT doing stuff kind of on its own that I wasn't expecting. And certainly, I'm aware of the fact that a trader's first primary directive is to preserve your account and grow it by compounding or, whatever you want, however you want to refer to that. That's if you're approaching trading as a business, not just an adrenaline rush or a video game or for the hell of it. And there's nothing wrong with trading that way either. If you enjoy clicking that bad boy like you're going to Vegas, go ahead. If it's consistently profitable for you, absolutely don't change it. Keep doing whatever you're doing. This stream is not about my way or the highway. It is about what I'm doing. And remember, it is my virtual trading journal. So this is that. I trade live. I trade completely transparently. All the trades on Bookmap, if you're not familiar, are graphed accurately and very prominently. I can actually show you that. Here's it. Ah, damn it. I do that every time. Here's the trade yesterday. This is how Bookmap graphs or graphically displays a trade. Entry, T1 target, T2 target, stop. Any movement with any of them is automatically is displayed. If I move one or any of them around, the green line here is break even. You see that I hit the T1, break even goes to the stop. That's risk neutral and down to T2. So and you see all of the metrics above. It was a 60 tick profit. And here's the stuff that I always capture at the bottom. So there you go. Completely transparent and live. A live rhythmic account. This is rhythmic data, and it's an AMP account. I was giving some thought to this last night. What I'm going to do here with the micros and the minis, you typically trade in the minis. Whoa. Look what happened to Mr. NASDAQ here. Mr. NASDAQ gone south for the summer. Or the winter, or whatever we got going on here. This stupid thing. I don't want to do that. I keep hitting the wrong button and changing the DPI. That's why that thing keeps jumping around. Okay. I don't know how that got down there, but I apologize. Didn't close the gap yet. Haven't yet. Interesting, huh? And here we are back at the, now is this the full session? No, that's the RTH. Here's the full session up here. See the difference in color? Okay. And I'll slap one of these. I got to get away from doing the migrating DPOC. I think it just clutters up the the notes column here. And I don't think, as I explained, that it's that pertinent or necessary anymore, except perhaps when I'm zoomed in. That might be part of it. That might be helpful. I guess, what does it hurt, eh? When I get into a trade, then obviously that's going to be meaningful. Do I have anything to worry about? Nope. No numbers, no reports, nobody left on third. Well, I'll be glad when these morons get back to work in DC and we can get back into our reporting cadence and less. Oh, by the way, we have a potential critical risk this morning at 10. We got executive order story, and that's, I have no idea what executive order, and that's perfectly fine. That's their business to do that, but it's a critical risk from my point of view, because who the hell knows what will be said, and I don't need to probably point out to you that this was the 229 handle sell-off based on a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning, which the grounds for the tweet was never verified and turned out to be false. And the reaction that was put forward never happened either. But I can tell you it did happen. 229 handles sold off on this instrument. And if anybody didn't have stops in the market or whatever else and was just thought they were clever, they probably had a pretty bad day. Random risk isn't a very good idea. Unidentified political risk, maybe that's the way to say it. I don't know. It's not a political statement under any circumstance, but it is definitely a heads up. That's why we do the reports every morning, and why we look at these reporting sites to see what reports, i.e. possible interruptions to the auction, are scheduled. And when there is, a potentially huge risk to the auction, i.e. our markets, that's unknown, that's pretty scary. A reason to be aware. That's why I recommend, and you don't see me doing anything here. I use full brackets with a stop, targets, only A+ setups that have been vetted, and it's a live account. And one of the reasons I'm with the broker is because all of the stops, targets, and resting orders are server side. So if, somebody drives a truck through my office right here, right now in Houston, it doesn't have anything to do with the order that's resting in Chicago. I hope. So here we go. Top of the first 30 minutes. What does that mean? That means absolutely nothing to me, except for the fact that we have no reports up at 9. And we're going to have the first A bracket in the market profile if you do that. Here is yesterday, perfectly balanced rotational day. And here we are today. So far. What I was going to say was, I think I've worked out a system for doing this, switching back and forth between the micros and the minis. What I'm going to do is continue these trades with the micros until I have a mini risk neutral stop earned or covered, and then trade the mini, which is normal for me. And then, depending on how the outcome there, always keep that buffer. The minute it gets down to the buffer, then drop into the micros again. It's just because it's frustrating, a full trade to both targets in my basic risk neutral 2-lot package. Trading the minis, it's 60 ticks, right? Well, do the math. 60 times $1.25 for the micros, or 60 times $12.50 for the minis. Pretty big difference. $750 compared to $75. So there you go. We have not looked back to that gap. Isn't that funny? We got that close to closing this gap. 49 to 51.75. That's pretty incredible. I mean, what does that mean? I have no idea. Well, what it means to me is they're not the higher. There's a whole belief system out there that it's the higher time frame. Basically shoves the market around in the first hour or so and can get the market out of the above or below the initial balance. Otherwise, it's pretty much retail just trading it back and forth, which is pretty obvious, which would make sense over here, right? They weren't too excited. They got them down here. This is yesterday. They got it down here. It came back up. They didn't get anywhere compared to the day before yesterday, and then retail kicked in and they just auctioned it. So we have 2 minutes past the first 30-minute break, or 30-minute bracket. And I guess it's worth talking about. I'm trying to remember the hotkeys now. Obviously I have vetted the initial balance trades, and that's what I am anticipating. I'll zoom in when we get close. And what is, first of all, the initial balance statistic, and how do I come up with these trades? Well, glad you asked. The initial balance statistic is right here at the top, because it's the highest probability of any of the statistics. And in this case, there is a 97 point, the smallest probability, or the least probability of achieving the initial balance statistic is in this open type, and it's 97.5% of the days. That's the smallest probability, or the least. 97.8, 97.8, 98.5 in lower end range. What does that mean? The statistic is right after 9:30, when there is a statistic, the IB no longer goes down, the IB no longer goes up, IB high, there's a 97.5% probability that price action will revisit the overnight high, the IB high or the IB low at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. That is the statistic. So, because I'm trading the IB stats and I have statistics on it, the trade, I have identified, and it's widely understood, that there are two trades that are associated with that. And as I mentioned, and let's look at this possibility here. Let's imagine it's past 9:30. The IB, the price action comes down, takes out the IB low, comes back across it, can't get any horsepower to the upside, sells off. That's the IB continuation. Context is down, lower highs, lower lows. We take out the low, we keep going lower. Continuation. Price continues the direction that it's going. IB failure, just the opposite. We come down, we can't get lower anymore, and it reverts back to the mean. In other words, the IB failure trade is just a fancy name for a mean reversion trade based on the initial balance high or low. I've done extensive statistical analysis and backtesting on them. I've come up with specific rules around them, and that's what I'm trading. And I basically am taking those rules pretty much mechanically. So that's the IB story. And do I have a trade now? Nope. Am I anticipating anything now? Yeah, after 9:30, I'll start. Then it is really a thing. Until then, it's just, BS and bus tickets right now. So there you go. Look at all these little crazy Ivans down here. Boop, boop, boop. Ridiculous. I try to keep the price ladder here, or the price level, on 1 point increments. And obviously always keep Blue Boy in view. That is just an idiosyncrasy of mine to try to standardize my sense of scale. If I know that these are 1 point, that's 4 ticks, right? And I have it within the entire context in view. I have a consistent concept of the scale that we're moving in the market, and that's important to me. So there we are. That's that is how I determined my initial balance trades. That's the initial. There's also a trade that I don't talk about a lot because it's a statistic I haven't vetted, so that's why I try to keep them. It's an addition to the initial balance trade, which was cooked up by Rod, actually, in Static and Traders Lab. He did some stats and determined that there is a 50 or so percent or 90% probability that the high of the first 30 minutes or the low is exceeded by price in the second 30 minutes. So the TLab folks, and sometimes my reference, is the IB30. And I haven't vetted it. I don't talk about it. I'm not trading it. So, out of sight, out of mind, I guess. But that's in case you see It's actually even referred to in my chapter marker, the IB30 or the IB60. That's what it is. I'm not that, I'm only trading the vetted trades. I'm taking them pretty much mechanically off my signals chart, which I'll show you in a second. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, fine. Now what are we doing? Am I rich yet? I don't know. I'm in a good mood, but I am. I guess a good night's sleep, I guess. Remember, we're in a gap situation. Gap rules say if we close the gap relatively early in the session, guess what? It isn't even an hour in yet. And here we are back at the IB high, which is a point 1.75. or 7 ticks lower than the gap low. Okay, so what was I going to do? Oh, yes, I remember. Let me see where my thingy went. Okay. So not to, it's kind of interesting here. We're just testing that high, and I'm pretty sure we're going to close the gap. I'm going to leave it up in here for a second until and then I'll jump over. I want to see if this happens. All right. Remember, there is no initial balance, statistic, or rule, or trade in my world yet. So how does this all happen? Okay. This is the backtesting tab. These are the rules for my backtest, IBC, and IBF around the IB high and the IB low. These are very specific rules, and the computer takes these in sequence only and very obviously completely without discretion. Now, the chart over here and the trigger chart, which is just this one bigger without the rules and stuff opened up so I can see it easier. These levels and these lines that you see are just custom indicators which I built for this chart to, and the signal markers also, to visually confirm or, reassure me that stuff is happening when and where I want it to. Got nothing to do with the backtest, has nothing to do with the trading system. They just faithfully represent the various levels and triggers here in the system so that I can keep the system off, not trading or doing any backtesting, but visually see what's going on. And how this is kind of materialized, let's do this if we can. Here's yesterday and here's today. Why are there no lines or levels here on today? That's because it's not 9:30 yet. There's not a statistic yet. Okay, here's the gap. There's the gap open. Fade down, all the way back up. Did we close the gap? Nope, not yet. Close, but no cigar. Right there. All right. So that's the thinking behind the trading system and the trading rules. Now, the way the trading system works is the computer backtests over however many days I assign to it, and you do that, it's real tough. 1 day, 500 days, typically typically I do 500 days. RTH session only, the ES, and yes, I know there's not the Z contract, but it's the ES and not the micro, and that I back tested, and it looks at the continuous contract, 2 lots, all the rest of it. The reports that I want. Then I can run the back test, and it will give me 3 pages of reports. I can also send this trading system to this chart, and it will plot if and when any of these trades occur. And the way the back test works is it goes back 500 days or whatever I assign, and it evaluates every one of these rules, 47 or whatever there are, over each 1 minute candle back however many trading days in whichever session that you choose to backtest. In my case, it's 271,000 something or another 1 minute candles in a 500-day backtest for the RTH session only. Just in case you're curious. So that's how it works. Now, you see what's going on here, and I'm just going to step to the trigger chart, which is bigger. And we're going to go up here. And as soon as we get the IB in place, these levels will start to push and you'll be visible here. And I've also coded these up to go to bookmap so that I can be looking either way and still see these pullback zone, continuation zone. And there's only 3 rules there, and they have to be in sequence. Now you'll see on the chart here, they are not in sequence, and I'm not going to bother worrying about coding that. I know there needs to be an A, there needs to be a B, and there needs to be a trigger. Guess what? There wasn't one here, was there? There was an A, there was a B, there was a trigger. Guess what? Took the trade. Same idea. You get the point. There's a whole bunch of triggers. So what? There's no A or B. Well, I'm sorry. You got to get back to the start. And one other thing about the trading system, in case that's a curiosity. Once a trade is on, the A, the B, and the trigger are all reset to 0 until the position is flat. The system is flat. Then it starts over, A, B, and trigger. Okay? Now, we can get over here and get these a little bigger because I know she's coming. We've got 8 minutes, 7 minutes here. Whoa, spidey senses are tingling. We still didn't close the gap. Isn't that funny? I got no idea. So anyhow, that's how I do the back testing. And when I see a setup, A, B trigger on this chart, I manually hit the trade on Bookmap. There you go. The goal, of course, at some point in time is you could have IRT be doing the trading for you, and you could be chasing mama around the couch while you're making money. Isn't that cute? And then, of course, you got to get all the YouTube shorts up about how your algo is, turn 50 cents into a gazillion dollars while you're having sex on the beach or whatever else. What other magnificent pile of crap they try to push out there. Wow. So to be clear, this is a mini. Start over. To be clear, this is a micro account right here. Micro ES live AMP futures funded by me. And if I was a little braver, I could show you something here. I'm still a little skeptical about some of these trade deals, but for example, if I left click way below the market down here, I'm going to put a resting order to buy. And you should see the book increase, or when I take it off, decrease. That is the best, only surefire way you can be absolutely positive in your own mind that this is a live account. And I'm a little bit spooked about doing that, to be honest with you. Because I'm still kind of worried about IRT. And what IRT does is it's obviously not working off a book map. It's working off the rhythmic data and the communication to and from rhythmic and the exchange. In other words, I'm a wuss. Ooh, what? Somebody said something. Why did we have this big volume spike and a drop down to the POC? Who's talking? Oh, howdy doody. Captain Marvel's going to be random risk at 10. Doggone it. Let's see here. Well, I'm so happy this fella got the plugin straightened out for the timestamps on OBS. I don't know what to do with myself. It's funny how you lean on something like that and you don't realize how important it is, or how much you lean on it until it suddenly goes away and you go, wait a minute, that was handy. OBS broke a plugin that I use called Chapter Markers by an outfit called Stream Up. It's some English fella, young guy. So he finally got it fixed after about a month. But I was having to manually modify and type in my stuff. And the whole point of the stream, as I've said a gazillion times, is for me to stay focused on the market and not be typing and snapping and doing all kinds of nonsense. I want to show you an idiosyncrasy about IRT. Notice price action, and now suddenly updated. Do you see that? You need to be scrolled out. If you get scrolled in too tight, and you can also control the spacing between and the width of the candles. Sometimes it'll stop updating visually. And this little guy over here is where the price actually is. So I want to always be sure that this scroll line or this whenever that thing at the bottom is. Progress bar is white, so that means it's clear to the right and it's moving, updating. And then I see price action going on in the final candle over there. Connected, reconnecting. What's going on with the internet? Doodah, doodah. I don't know. So where am I now? Are we all together on the same page here? So this is now, guess what happened? Ooh, we are in, and I might point out, if you just look at these little points right here, we've just turned 9:30, and these boys are starting to plot. Okay? Let me point something else out that's interesting. Remember I said that I've coded those pullback and continuation zones into Bookmap, and that's right here. There's the continuation zone. Here's the pullback zones for the IB high, similar for the IB low. Doesn't mean anything, just I figure, give myself as many opportunities not to miss something as possible. If I'm looking at Bookmap and I see price getting up here, I'm going, well, wait a minute, do we have a signal here? It does kind of clutter up the price lines on the heat map, I agree. But that is why I didn't bring those level labels into the price column here, to not confuse the issue. Don't know. Work in progress. Work in progress. And you see now, continuation zone, pullback zone, pullback zone, continuation zone. And these little dots here are the trigger zones. And they represent rules A, B, and C in the system, in my backtested system, which I will trade manually. Okay, now, one other thing I do here now, as I said earlier on, until 9:30, then I can anticipate engaging with the market. So it's past 9:30, the IB statistic is set. I'm going to anticipate engaging with the market, so I'm going to confirm everything, just do a run through the roses with a checklist here. I've got both entry methods selected. I've got the risk neutral 2-lot package selected. The padlock is green and unlocked. I can trade, and I have the right package queued up. If and when I get a signal. Boom, drum roll. Let me also do this. Do not trade. This is the voice of experience. Do not trade to the statistic. Oh boy, we're below the VWAP, we're below the POCs, we're below the mid, we're right above the IB low, price is going down, context is down. I'm getting short here. I know we're going to take the IB low. I can promise you from my personal experience and my local trading journal, that doesn't end well statistically. After price takes out the statistic, now we can start looking for A, B, and C. And remember, this is just me talking to me. You do whatever you feel like, whatever you have proven to be successful for yourself. Will we take out the IB low? I would imagine that's probably correct for the reasons that I stated. What's context? Well, it's basically been down. Actually, in reality, it's only been rotational. Think about it. There's the open, trade down, trade all the way back up, and now we're trading all the way back across again. What have we done? We've rotated outside in twice. Are we going to take out the initial balance statistic right now? Likely. Is it a good idea to trade in direction of that, in anticipation of that statistic? It wouldn't have worked out very good for you if you did it right here. You know, this was the IB high from over here, and we got clear up there and didn't get any place. So I don't know. I would say we will. Sure. There's a 97, whatever it was, 97.5% probability that this level or this level is going to be exceeded by price at some point in the RTH trading session. But look here. You were all excited. You got short. That's 18. There's 22. Boy, that's a knuckle biter, isn't it? If you're using a 3-lot risk neutral package like I am, with a 3-lot stop or 3-tick stop, 3-point stop. Uh-oh. Well, had I done that, traded in anticipation of the low, I would have been stopped out right there. I didn't want to do that very bad. I keep hitting the wrong buttons on this newfangled mouse, I think. So let's get over here to, guess what? Ooh, we got a B. We're got, oh, where's the A? Let's get up here where we can focus on things. Man, this damn mouse got more buttons and crap going on than Carter's got pills. So let's see now. I'm ready to trade. I've got myself queued up. The IB statistic is now active. We have not achieved it, nor have we gotten an A signal for either direction. And these, my rules as written for the backtest system, are not quite as easy or straightforward as, for example, right there, okay? Now in right, that's something's wrong here. Not updating right. Oh, lag time. Because we've taken out the IB statistic on Bookmap, but not over here yet. That's not good. There we go. And that's because of this lag, and I'm not sure why that's happening, but that ain't good. Okay, what I was getting ready to say is these rules are not slam dunk. This is not an A, for example. Yes, the IB statistic has been taken out technically for all those people who don't do like I do. It's not an A signal because the previous bar didn't fit the mold. There needs to be a 2-bar pattern. And that is that the open needs to be higher than the close on the previous bar. Then it would have been right because we have an open above the IB, we have a close below the IB, and that would be an A signal, but we don't have one now because of the previous bar. Happens a lot. I was thinking about putting the, letting the system work and watching that. Today. As I said earlier, I'm a little bit hesitant because I don't want this son of a bitch to start. If I could jump over to a micro, I would do that. Or I mean a demo. But with AMP, it's a big rigmarole. I have to pay for and have 2 separate Rhythmic accounts and then log off and log on differently to get what is a demo. So if you're, trading with whoever, a prop thing or something, I don't know if somebody else has an easier facility than that. I don't know. Now with IRT, I have the ability to choose the account. And you'll notice that I have chosen simulated here because that's at the top. And if I go to the backtest, you'll see simulated. That's to reassure me, confirm for me that this thing isn't trading live. This simulated in IRT is, and you can Google this for yourself, is just internally. This is their version of a simulated system so that you can goof around with it and backtest it and do what you're going to do yourself without throwing orders at the market. Another thing that's important here is that you see this trading list right here. This is a specific special quote page. And as long as that is, if I wanted to trade the mini, I would have to have that symbol in this quote page. And that's the first thing that Rhythmic looks at, or IRT looks at, before it tries to send trades outside to a broker. If that makes sense. So I'm going to get over here. And up here. And over here some more. And I'm thinking about sending this to the chart and just to see what happens. I have something. What do I have? How can I track and see if some bitch is real? And this quote page up here is strictly for my backtesting work away from, these are to verify that the various V-pound variables are set as I want them to in these rules. So disregard that. I'm not changing my layout around for the hell of it. I am curious to see how this thing, which I don't know how the system presents itself. If I say send to chart, it will, once we get the proper signals per these rules, it will enter and plot. Now, I'm thinking that might be a good way to go. And here again, no A signal, because yep, there is an A. Okay, we've got an A now. We're going to look for a B. I'm going to jump over here to the trigger and stop thinking. Why don't I see the A and the B here? Do you see how long that took? Huh. So there's an A. If we slide in here, we'll get a B for continuation. Hey, and then we need a trigger, and then guess who's Bob's your uncle, and we're going to be at a short before we know what hit us over here. And I'll try to get switched over to Bookmap as quickly as I can. But let me just point out to you that my first priority is going to be executing the trade, not the visual comfort of the stream. It's like flying. There is an well-known pilot thing in an emergency. Aviate, navigate, communicate. Hey, if you fly, you've heard that before. Very true. In any emergency, that's the first thing you've got to do is keep the damn thing in the air, and then make sure you know where you're going, and then start screaming for help. We should be getting a B here, which would be pretty cool. And then we need a trigger, and old Bob's your uncle. We're in a short. Isn't it going to be fun? Going to make money. Going to be rich. Or not.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
There we go. A, B, trigger, and we're off. Now, I have two options for me on the trade. I can put a resting order at the IB. Oh man.
The IB low
in hopes that it goes straight back to the IB, because the trigger zone is 1 point, as these dots, it's 1 point either side of the initial balance. And this lag bullshit going on over here is not pleasing me even a little bit. And I'm not sure why the hell that's happening, but I don't like it much. This lag time's in milliseconds, and why is it doing that? I don't know. Now, I don't have anything to worry about because we're selling off. I'm going to go back to the back test and see, is that doing this too? I don't have the chart up here, so I can't tell about the lag. Do I have a lag somewhere? I don't think so. A lag column up. But you see we're getting pretty current movement here. Watch this. That tells me that it's not lagging. I don't want to open a new quote page because maybe that's got something to do with it here. And this is all a function of, I think I've narrowed it down to a function of my GPU and all the demands I'm putting on it to do with the stream and trading. And look at this son of a gun go. Now, wouldn't that have been sweet to have the trigger and be short, huh? Yeah, it would. Does it now give you pause to enter a short if we trade back up? Does me. I mean, stop and think about it. Okay, so do we get down there and there's no more action, there's no more interest to sell down here? So we're going to trade back up and go the other way for a while? Maybe. That's the part that's what irritates me when I don't get a trade, when I don't have a signal. And it's, we have an A, we have a B, and had this candle right here gone up 2 more ticks, we'd have a trigger, which is the arrow. And then we would be short, and I'd be all proud of myself. I will take it on the pullback, but only because I'm not as confident. Oh, wait. And Jesus. Random risk is approaching. I really don't know. However, I will put the trade on, assuming because that's the way you do it. Once you've vetted a trade and you have a positive edge and a statistic verified, you take every opportunity of that setup that's offered in the market, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest your edge, compound the edge to your account. this bullshit, this crap is irritating. Will I change the rules? Absolutely not. That's where, in my opinion, discretion will kill you. Well, we are pretty close up here. We got close enough to the IBM taking that. No, well, there wasn't a B yet, and you know, all that stuff. Better here, for example. Oh, well, you know, there was our A, there was our B, and that's good enough. No, that's not part of the rules. That's not how the statistics were identified and captured. Now that I'm not vetting the trade anymore, I can use trade management to trail up, you know, maximize my winners, etc. When you're in the process of actually vetting a trade, you have to trade it. If you're trading it manually, you've got to do it exactly like the computer would trade the rules. You cannot change anything. You put the trade on at the signal, and then you just stand back. Otherwise, you don't have a statistically significant data set. They're not the same. How are you going to compare what percentage of the time you got T1 if you move T1 all over the floor? Obvious, right? I'm not going to jump. What am I doing here? I don't want to do that. I'm not going to jump back and forth here, I don't think. Because I guess it's all right. I don't want to expose this IRT to any potential lags. What would be great, of course, but I am no coder, is to code the back-tested system up and the rules up to bookmap. And then there you go. Bob's your uncle. And Tilly's your aunt, or however that goes. This is worrisome down here now. And look at this big pile of liquidity that jumped in down here. Not a big pile, but 162 contracts at the century figure. And right now we're just plopping right on it. If we break through that century number, I'm going to be extra pissed that I'm not short. A good way to approach this is there are no such things in trading as a missed opportunity. There is only the next one. And here we approach the first top of the world famous hour when random risk is going to be all over everything. Damn it, there we go. Look at that. Well, that's what happens, right? And this is a real good time to talk about your monkey mind. which is just my way of talking about the fact that, you know, through our development as a species, we have a lot of built-in hardwiring, FOMO, which is a risk, you know, fear of missing out, risk aversion, wanting to be right. That stuff, you know, served us well thousands of years ago, maybe, when we were trying to dodge being eaten. But in trading, it's kind of the opposite. And is, in my opinion, you're never going to eliminate those. That's your hard wiring. You know, your mind, subconscious or sympathetic system or whatever you call it, kicks loose adrenaline whether you want it to or not. So you need to be vigilant and aware of that and not act on it if it is in your, if you have predetermined away from the live market when you're cool, calm, and collected, that that's not something you're going to do. I'm not going to chase trades. I'm not going to succumb to FOMO. Would I like to be short? Yeah. Would I like to, could I have just gone, that's close enough and, you know, gone short? I guess I could have. But that, over here, I guess I could have. But that's not in my rules. That's not part of the system that I use to backtest. If I want to change some of these rules, certainly never change anything during the live market or your, you know, to do with your rules, your trade plan. During your homework session or your weekend, whenever you do the statistics and things, you can change one rule and then backtest it and see if it improved or didn't. You know, do the backtest as you have the system now. Record those values. Change one thing. See what happens. Change another thing. See what happens. That's the only way to approach it systematically and logically that I can see. Would I love to be short? The pig's ass pork? Of course I would. But guess what? I'm not. I'm trying to figure out why this one seems to be so much more responsive than the trigger chart. And they're the exact, this is just a copy of that. Unless maybe it's got to do with that, the quote page slowing things down. That doesn't make any sense. Don't get it. So that's my lecture about monkey mind, self-control, and the whole story about trader philosophy and psychology. Yeah, it's all real. I don't know. I grew up on a ranch in Montana, and that stuff was not really, that was kind of touchy-feely for us. So you had to kind of deal with things your own way, right? And there's a lot of conversation now about the perils of trader psychology and the importance of it, and a lot of good people like Steenbacher and those guys are involved. And what are I always have to ask myself, well, how does he make his money? He makes his living writing books, giving speeches. YouTube people with trader psychology all over the place with. That's how they make their money. If they were making their money trading, they would be trading. They wouldn't be, you know, creating shorts or this is the best indicator I've ever used. And they created 17 different shorts about the same indicator. Okay. If they had an indicator that was so freaking wonderful, why aren't they just making money with that? My opinion is if you're, you know, to do with FOMO and all those things, if you have to recognize that you're having that emotion and don't do it. Just you're being an adult. That's the way I approach it. We'll see if they can get up here to a signal now. And I'll be a little bit apprehensive about taking the signal because we'll be getting right into some consolidation, but I will because that's my rule in the live trading. So, you know, approach the psychology thing any way you can. But I think the more you tell yourself how important and your psychology is and how you have a problem doing something, then your subconscious is going to believe it and you're going to have a problem doing that. That's my approach. I'll be right back. And another way to look at that is if you can't deal with the FOMO or the fear or the whatever it is, the risk aversion of, you know, then you better reassess and start back at the very beginning of the conversation in the pre-market, how you identify and evaluate the proper stop loss and trade size around your account risk parameters. You know, if you're hanging on the next trade and you're sweating bullets because if you get stopped out, you're going to blow up your account, you got bigger problems. You better start over. Start from the beginning. Why am I trading a micro? I've traded minis for a long time, including 4 at a time, 4-lot package. This is a live account. This is really my money. This is not a prop thing or somebody else's money I'm trading or whatever else, right? And I'm going to be prudent and intelligent as best I can and stick to my rules. Do I get emotionally charged? Do I get adrenaline? Yeah, sure. Everybody does. Am I tickled to death? And, you know, and when I get a T1 and, you know, put on my helmet and put my feet up? Absolutely. That's why I stick with the risk neutral methodology, which Rod and some of those guys have moved away from. Good for them, you know, and I'm sure I will too. But I mean, I never knew about it before, but when I figured it out, or when I think Tom might have mentioned it, it was a good idea. If your trading business is hanging on whether you're win or lose the next trade, then you are way overextended. You better reevaluate the whole thing. In my opinion. In my opinion. Would I like to be in a trade? Abso-freaking-lutely. I'd also like to be about 20 years younger and filthy rich, but guess what? Probably none of that going to happen. So here's a scenario that I need to be aware of. What has happened with context? Open, blue boy, kaboom. The first hour and a half. Now what's happening? Well, we got higher lows, higher highs. Is this a reversal? Has the tanker started to turn? Beats the hell out of me. Let me just let me point out that the two initial balance trades, which I've talked about at nauseum and that I'm waiting to execute, are suggested by the context type or the session type. This is what would you say that session is? It looks directional to me. It looks directional to me. The directional IB trade is the IB continuation, obviously, whereas the rotational or the mean reversion trade for the IB is typically the IB failure. Would I be looking for an IB failure here? Nope. Am I upset that I'm not in the short? Absolutely. Am I going to chase it or do something stupid? No. Now, after you have vetted a setup, in my case, the initial balance trades, and the reason I chose the initial balance trades to vet first, there are two of them, right? And one applies to a rotational day and one applies to a directional day. So you have two opportunities. If you started out with a mean reversion trade, you've only got rotational. All right. After you vetted all that and you're, it keeps selling off and you're completely pissed, I'm thinking about what the next trade I'm going to vet is, the next setup. Because once you have more than one, arrow in your quiver, you have options that you have vetted. And they can each be valid. They're not exclusive, typically. I think it's pretty phenomenal that they got within a point and 3/4 of closing the gap and just hightailed it out of there. That's pretty phenomenal, I think, or interesting at least. I'm really thinking about sending the signal to the chart so that if and when I get one, it happens. And I'll be able to see if the signals align over here. Now, what I don't know is it going to have a big impact on the lag and all that stuff. And I'm trying to think of things to take my mind off the fact that I'm thoroughly pissed that I'm not in a short. Oh, look at that. 47 to 95, baby. 50 handles. 47 to 97. Is that right? Yeah. Basically. 50 to 68. There you go. That's 50 handles. That's a lot. Now, looping back to my conversation about the having more than one arrow in your quiver, if you did so, and you were looking at these mean reversions up here, wouldn't you be pretty happy with yourself if you got short right up here? Rear view mirror. I could lie about it and say I did, but that wouldn't work because this is transparent and fully accountable. And I don't know if I mentioned this in the pre-market or not, but notice that I share my monitors completely, not just the application. So you can see any programs I have open at the bottom, and you can see the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date. Ties up to Bookmap, ties up to IRT, yada, yada, yada. There you go. And caution, remember, Trump's got the microphone. Well, what's happening? Damn, I leave you guys alone for a minute, and I expect to come back and be filthy rich, and nobody did anything. What kind of deal is that? What kind of deal is that? Yeah. Remember that random risk is the random risk band is on the stage, and what you give those guys or specifically Trump a microphone and a camera. Who the hell knows what might happen? We probably, I'm sure we've balanced the budget and have no inflation, and everybody's working. I mean, it's just pretty crazy. But hey, it happens, right? I'm really tempted to throw this trade thing on and see what happens. I don't guess it could hurt. So what I'm going to do now is send this signal to set it up for only 1 day, so it's not doing anything stupid, more stupid than normal here. Okay. Now I'm going to do something else over here. I'm going to change the look back period to 5 days. That will eliminate bunches of extra volume profiles and things, and I think it will reduce the recalculations. And when I send this, I don't want it. My thinking is as follows: if I have 1,000 or 500 days or whatever on the charts like usual, and I send this to the chart, it's going to reevaluate every one of these rules across every 1 minute candlestick going back however many days I have the look back. So let's see what happens. Okay, we're going to go T1, T2. Unfortunately, I have not been able to figure out how to change this to add Another one, I can add the stop, T1, T2, or stop. And one other thing it does, which I will point out to you. When there's a trade, it will not add or take into consideration T1 and T2. For example, if I get a trade that goes to both targets, it will only show down at the bottom of this box, it'll only show 48 ticks when in reality it's 60 ticks. And there's nothing I can do about that. The guy who coded this up primarily was Chad Payne. He's left IRT some time ago. And I haven't really honked him. I think I asked him once if I could get in there and change that, or could they change it, and I don't think I got any feedback. So there's that. Okay, now if the good Lord's willing and the creek don't rise, we should start seeing shit happen over here if we're going to get a signal, etc. And remember that all we're waiting for here, there's an A and a B. And all we're waiting for a sell, a short, is the trigger. Also, we have an A. We do not have a IB failure trade, B or trigger. Okay? And the way it's trading down here, we're not going to get any of them by the way it's looking. I'm going to leave everything else alone. Normally I get the bars real big and spread it all out so I can see it, but I don't know. I'm going to leave it alone and hope for the best. And of course, be thoroughly pissed. And if you're in a trade short for whatever reason, I'm envious. I'm just jealous, that's all. Just jealous. Oh, you know what I haven't done yet is, maybe this is also something I don't need to worry about. It's this music stuff. I found some pretty nice Cuban music though, which I like. Like that part of the world. But I don't know if this is additional load I'm putting on the CPU and all that stuff, and maybe this is all just adding up to no good, lags and additional load. I don't know. God damn, still just again with banging the bottom again. Oof. Come on, Trump, tell everybody tell everybody the budget's balanced and everybody's going to get $1 million, and then let me get a signal and they go, oh no, wait, I'm wrong. Sorry, I had the book upside down. Whatever. God damn it. Cancel. I am just a dunce when it comes to this stuff. Oh, well. Oh, nice. Nice trade. Oh. I'm going to open this up a little bit. I'm going to open this up a little bit here. Because I don't want to get choked up. I think I mentioned that before. IRT can get not enough space, and then all of a sudden not update. I want to get this damn thing widened out, but not get unresponsive. I don't know how to say that exactly. Well, let's see what's going on in the land of make-believe here. This is kind of spooky. I don't see anything to do with Trump doing anything. Oh, he's changed it to 1300 now. That was supposed to be at 10 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm seeing things, but I can go back to the stream and confirm it. But yeah, now 1300. Huh? Okay, well that explains why. That explains why all hell hadn't broken loose, I guess. This doesn't explain why I'm not getting into trouble. Come on, get up there and let's do a pullback. What's the matter with you girls here? Come on. Everybody out. Everybody push. Let's go. By the way, just as way offhand, I have a quiet office here. I don't have speakers, and if I'm going to listen to this music or what, monitor it, I need to have a headset on, which I don't keep on. So if there's something wrong, too loud, too stupid, whatever else, just throw something in the chat. And while you're busy doing that, throw something in the chat anyway. Where are you? What, where are you living? What time is it? What do you think? What should I do? Who's on third? Stuff. Well, I would say that unless something happens here pretty darn quick, I'm not going to get any opportunities for a trade. And that's pretty clearly a bummer. And look at it go. You know, it's so disappointing. And if you're not aware of your emotional state, FOMO can really bite you in the ass in these kind of prolonged periods. It wears you down, you know. I guess it's FOMO. Or, yeah. I think chasing is probably a FOMO, isn't it? Probably all kind of boils down to either FOMO or risk aversion, I guess, in reality. Computer's pretty powerful here. I build my own machines, and I try to use what best I can. Built this one in 22, 3 years. Maybe that's it. It's an i9 2900K CPU and a 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. pretty, I think, sufficiently powerful. My suspicion is it's the GPU, and maybe that's just because there's so much hype about GPUs nowadays. I'm dumb enough to buy into it. I do have a hell of a lot going on here. Because this machine is running Bookmap, IRT, OBS. So it's streaming live at 1440p. By the way, I stream at 1440p. So if the stream is kind of goofy looking or granular, click the icon, the gear button there on YouTube, and you can select the high def. And my GPU is GeForce RTX 3090 or 3060, 12 gigabytes of RAM. It's the weak link as near as I can tell. I mean, the weak link, I guess, is standing on my side of the monitor here, but if you know what I mean. So, welcome. Anything to say or feedback? Boy, I'm interested, I'll tell you. This is certainly not my way or the highway. I'm all ears on suggestions. Or if I don't agree, I'll explain why. One of the things I came up with regard to this micro and mini story, which I touched on earlier, but here we go again. It's I'm going to trade the micros until I have a greater than one stop cushion on the account, addition to the account, and then go to minis. A winner, well then that's a big step in the right direction, because my risk to reward ratio is 1 to 2 points, basically 2.5 to 7, with the current risk neutral 2-lot packet. So in other words, for every 1 R packet or value that I risk, I make 2.5 times that on reward. That's, will help. And then once and there's such a big difference between the minis and the micros, it's it's hard to get my head around. Real easy to fall into the, I suppose it's a form of FOMO gap or whatever else, mindset it is that people have when they trade way more than they should risk. That kind of a gambling. Oh, if I'm going to put on 10 minis here, and if I get a win, my account's quadruple. Yeah, and if you get a loss, you're out of business. And I am pretty adverse to that idea. I'll be really tickled if we get up here now. We're getting into a period of time when I always get skeptical. We've traded all morning. We've traded down. Are they going to get to the point where they want to start taking some profit and getting up there? Or are we going to actually trade up, get a trigger, and go short? I don't know. Got a lot of levels up here. We got this distribution. We got this big, here's a mean reversion. VWAP, mid. You don't have any real levels along here. Developing value area low is usually or developing value area is usually a stickler. It is now too. That didn't make any sense. Only have to get about 10 more handles. Not really. Ah, damn. Come on, man. All we needed was right here. About 10 handles. And it would have been a trigger for a short. And then you could do this all day long. But, oh, no. Oh, no. Gotta sell it off. You know, they just couldn't get up here another 10 handles so the old guy could get in. I'd be tickled to death to have her pull up here and then do this right here. What are we doing? Well, in this fractal, we're mean reverting, aren't we? And trading is about fractals, that's for sure. Basically, this is an auction around this consolidation or this distribution, whatever you want to call it. I am going to choose to call it a pain in the butt because I can't get a signal and get in the trade. So, you know, they better be careful because they're coming up on I go for a walk time. Well, pretty irritating, huh? The magic of trading. Now, I swallowed my bite there, and I was just getting ready to say one of the things that, you know, I'm not in the trade, I don't have a signal, blah, blah, blah. I've heard all that. Look at all the times we're poking this bottom. What's happening every one of these times? All the boys and girls that think they're going to call the bottom got stopped floating around down here. And the market's going to zoom down and grab all that liquidity and say, thank you very much. And then everybody's going to be tweeting all over the place. Oh, they picked my stops. They ran my stops. That's because you put them in the most obvious place on the planet. Man, it is frustrating. I'm going to repeat for the 900th time, then I promise I won't say it again. Well, we got Blue Boy back over here. What would you have to say if you had to guess? Teach your sister or your grandma or whatever else. What's the context today? If you had to guess. Pretty obvious, huh? What do you think taking along down here would be? That would be absolutely counter trend. What does Tom call it? You know, siding with the retreating army, whatever. Yeah. Had I gotten on any place up here, I'd be, feeling like a rock star. And was close right there. I was close to a signal. Only needed a little bit. Only needed about 2 ticks and we'd have had a short. And then, what a pleasure. Right here, huh? A, B. Had this bar traded right up to here. That would be the trigger for the short, continuation short. With 0 heat. And how far down is that? About 30 handles. Getting into all these low and high volume nodes here from the micro composite. Looks like we're going to close this gapitosis over here. From the other day. From the 9th. Jesus. Pretty frustrating, huh? It certainly is for me. Man, they are going to hammer this thing. They are going to show these guys who's boss. I'll tell you that right now. Just below that gap closes the VPOC to MCVPOC. That's 2 meaning also. So the market goes down to go up, and goes up to go down, and goes down to go up, and goes up to go down. Why does that happen? Film at 11. I know why it happens on one level, but I suppose there's a lot of different ones there. And it's not some goofy indicator or super secret algorithm or whatever else. It's real simple. The futures market is a zero-sum game. Meaning, and if you think about it, what do we trade? Do we trade stocks? Do we trade shares? We trade contracts. You ever read CME contract? It is a contract between a buyer and a seller. If you don't have both, you do not have a contract, meaning you don't have a trade. That has two really important implications. Number one, there is never, ever more buyers than sellers or vice versa. If somebody tells you that, you know right away they don't understand the futures market. Impossible. The market goes down on aggression. If sellers are more aggressive than buyers, they cross the market and hit the bid. If buyers are more aggressive than sellers, they cross the market and lift the ask. Never, ever, by definition, can there be more buyers than sellers. Number one. What else does that mean? That's important to us. That means for all the buyers, let's look over here. Maybe it's even easier. All this selling right here. There was somebody on the other side of every one of those trades buying it. What happens when they get down here and they have a whole bunch of long inventory? How are they going to make money, adjust their inventory, balance the books, whatever you want to call it? They're going to take the price up. The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. That's exactly why that happens. And it's my, conspiracy belief that the majority of that is a higher time frame on the other side, right? They're the counterparty most of the time, or market makers. Sometimes they're delta neutral, but because they've hedged off. Typically the futures is a hedge instrument. So they may not be, directional necessarily, but you can bet that if Goldman Sachs has got a whole bunch of long inventory and they got a bunch of retail guys on their back foot over here short, what are they going to do? Tell them, well, great, you guys have this couple of $1 million, we'll just lose it. Think about it. I don't think that makes any sense. That's why the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up, and why there's never more sellers than buyers or vice versa. There you go. So come on, man, do me a favor. Jeez, it's already almost 11. Well, Mr. Trump is now is going to be doing his shtick at 1,300, or at least that was the last. Changed it from 10 to 1,300, eh? I'll be real curious to go back and look at the stream. If I missed that, interpreted 1,300 to say 10, that's not good. Oh, now they're going to tease me. Tease me, baby. Come on. You got a lot of teasing to do to get it back up to a trigger here. And there comes a point in time where I don't know about you, but I start to think, well, has the tanker turned around, you know? And I don't know how to code that or test for it or back test for it. Obviously, at some point, the day can turn around and, you know, they can trade it back up and take their profit and all those kind of things, at which point you're going to get stopped out. Now, this is all in the glorious anticipation that we're going to get all the way back up here and get a signal, a trigger. I use you know, the signals, because that's how I built the system. That's these rules right here, and then something to talk about, I guess. The way the backtest works, backtest engine works with IRT, and I suppose most of them, it's not clever like multi-brackets in Bookmap. You have to specifically identify each and every rule, long or short, around the IB high or around the IB low or whatever spot you're looking for. You can't do it like multi-brackets where I'm going to set a stop and I'm going to set the number of ticks. And it's clever enough to know you went long or short or whatever you did. Okay, so that's why there's so many rules here. And there's an end of the day rule for each. And I set that via a number. I can choose how many minutes from the end of the day it will close close everything out. You know, that kind of thing. The way it works is that when you're backtesting it, the computer goes back however many days and evaluates each one of these rules across every 1 minute bar. Yeah, man, this is so annoying. And it's just like, okay, there's a pullback short, you know. Way over here, there's, wait a minute. You know, pullback. Well, there's the pullback from hell there. Down, boom, 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 boom. It's like a ball bouncing. Boom, 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 boom. Right? Sorry for the sound effects. Yeah, I'm getting kind of bored here. Nobody said trading, and in fact, I believe, or it's my experience, that if your trading is exciting and action-packed, if mine were, I'd know I was not trading properly. I wouldn't be trading my rules, my setups with discipline. That's why scalpers love that, I think. They can not have any rules. They can come up with some silly crap, and then they trade the living bejesus out of it. And they just, you know, wear out the mouse. My philosophy, which I to do with this particular market where we have this unknown, unquantified risk potential, you limit. You know, your goal is to protect and preserve your account and to grow it. And in so doing, you've got to manage your risk, meaning only take A+ setups, which limit the amount of time during a trading session that you put your account at risk to the market, in my opinion. Now, scalping is exactly the opposite. You know, you're putting your account at risk 50 times in a minute or whatever. I just don't think that's a long-term benefit, nor do I see a positive risk to return ratio. Nobody's ever shown me an expectancy for scalping. I'm not saying there isn't one. I'm just, you know, saying I don't know about it. And this is just annoying, isn't it? Yeah. Now, some of the folks would be calling this a bar trade. So here's a consolidation, and this is a breakout and a retest, and goes in the direction of context. Okay, that's rearview mirror. How about right here? Okay, so it does, and you get short, and you're stopped out. And what do you do there? Then you're stopped out again. Now you're really stopped out. That's where that rear view mirror can be so deceitful, deceiving. Oh man, come on. Wow. Pretty quick, we're going to be at the Random Risk Band concert, and I don't want to be. Then you got to be extremely careful you don't get some reaction based on just that, which can have devastating results. May I point out the $229 drop on a unsubstantiated tweet at 10 o'clock in one morning on a Friday, out of no place. That's, that's the potential. That's a great example of the potential risk, I believe. And here we go. I'm just dying to see this damn thing. I'm dying to see what happens real time with this system and this tracer. And let me do something else here while we're doing this. Let me be sure that this is in the system. There are all the rules and stuff I've coded up, and there's the system. Okay, oh, you bet. Let's go. As I said earlier, the longer we get into the day, or the longer this day gets in the tooth, I'm going to have less conviction on the success or the outcome of the trade should I get a signal. But that will not stop me from taking the trade. I'm just talking out loud here. And it just makes sense, right? The longer the day goes by, there's going to be a point in time at some place where somebody's going to want to take profit, take some of them off. I suppose. This is Thursday. What else is going? Let's see if we have some sort of tomfoolery going over here. Well, there's the crude inventory. That doesn't have much impact on us at the moment. Did they change the scan? No, 1300, okay. Nobody's saying anything. Oh, Verizon is going to cut 15,000 jobs. Well, that's got to be a sign for a robust economy. What are you doing now? What the hell is this? I am not touching that in any way, shape, or form. I have no idea why that's doing that. Jesus Christ. Oh, I do know why. See the little guy and the little mouse over there? This thing is doing that automatic magical stupidness. I forgot about that. I used to have a mouse that would do that too. Also, you can set it and it'll just auto scroll. If you twirl the wheel, it'll keep twirling. And it's pretty clever. There we go. Jesus Christ. Well, you got to admit, this is always something exciting here on risk neutral trading. I sometimes wonder if I'm not the biggest risk I have to my trading. Sure as hell don't want that to happen over here anytime soon. Let me shut off all these DPI buttons and all this noise on this new mouse. This is a wired mouse, a mouse with a tail. A new Logitech one. I usually use Master, Next Master 25s, which are wireless, but I was starting to have goofy things happen, and I got to wondering if it was, you know, that interference between the couple of mice that I had here. We'll see. So I picked up this one with the tail over the weekend, and I got it plugged in down there where the little wireless mouse dongle goes into the computer on this machine. Oh man, come on. Well, the VWAP is just about down to the IB low. We still do not have a IB migration lower, which is a thing that some folks, guys I trade with, Rod and Harry, watch for a lot. That would be where... That wasn't what I wanted to do there. That's a VPOC migration. You notice how we just up and down at the open, and this thing hasn't moved all day. Well, they're something they look for, which has, in their view and their statistical analysis, has significance is when the IB migrates out. I mean, when the VPOC migrates outside the IB, in other words, lower. Makes sense. That would be fairly easy to code. Well, now, as I speak, it has done so. Look over here. There's the IB migration down here and over here a long time ago, 1029. Nothing happened over here on Bookmap. Something's goofy. Something is goofy. Let's look here. Well, I'm extra confused now. On the IB, on the MES Renko, here's the VPOC. Here we are, just as I was pointing out on Bookmap, up here. Here's price. Let's look at the back test. There's the migrating VPOC. There's the current POC. That migrated outside the IB down here at 97, 1030. How in the hell can that be possible? Ow. And nobody's moving around over here. And they're on. Everything's the right instrument. Oh, it's not the right instrument. What? I'm pretty sorry about that. There we have a real stupid mistake on my part. I always backtest the ES, not the micro. Okay, so here's we have migrated on the mini, and let's look at the mini up here. Aha. This is why I say don't cross trade. Why I wouldn't want to cross trade the micro and the mini. Oh, that was just about stupid times 2, wasn't it? There we go. So that lines up properly. And let's go check out Bookmap to make sure they're all being nice to us. Now watch what happens when I switch instruments in Bookmap. Okay. There's the switch. We're aligned. Notice what happened. The minute you change instruments, the trade control panel resets to off. Right here. Big deal. Back over here. Now I have to re-establish the trade control panel. Both. And shut her back down, and we're on 2 lots. And whoa, that's just about crazy, huh? And now we got the migration just this second outside the IB low on the micro. It'll probably take a second here on the Renko. Well, that's not, this is on Bookmap, that migration was from the Bookmap itself and not from IRT push. Oh, that's pretty funny. Not funny, haha. Too many moving parts here for my old brain, I guess. So, now what are we gonna do? Well, in order to change the signals to the mini and the micro, I've not done that before, to be honest with you. In the middle of the game, right? So, let's set up the backtest. Take this one step at a time and see what happens. Choose the micro. I gotta get rid of all of those dumb things. I don't know why they're there. The micro ES. And okay. And that should update the rule, I hope. Let's just be extra careful. Oh, I won't work here because we're on the mini, right? So what I need to do here is go this. Well, I hope this works. This will be pretty incredible if it does. I haven't ever done this before, so we're flying blind, baby. Okay. Now we're on the mini. Micro, Jesus. Should have the micro contract, and we should be over here. Do I now, what do I suppose the possibilities of getting our signal is now? Extra slim and extra none. Hi, Panda. Did you come to say hi to Antonio or somebody? I think he's cheating on you. I think Antonio got a new kitty. Yeah, I think he's cheating on you. Yeah, I know, hard for you to believe, but, you know, that's the way it happens. That's the way the catnip crumbles. What I'm going to do now, oh, shit. What I'm going to do now, and try to remember to have you guys on the same page, I've now switched this one by the setup to the micro. Okay, I've set this to the micro. It's still the simulated account within IRT, so I don't have to worry about that, I hope. And what I'm going to do now is change this. Oh, it did it. Yes, it updated. It made the change and it updated. So we're on the micro. One thing that'll happen with backtesting, and you've got something on the chart, any change you make and you save the rule, you modify the rule or save the rule, it'll automatically, it changes in real time. Okay, well, that would have been about a dumb thing to do, wouldn't it? But anyway, I would have still taken the trade, would have been the correct trade on the correct instrument on Bookmap, but I might not have had the proper signal over here because, as we just were watching, the VPOC migration happened on the mini way back here at 10:30. Only happened now on the micro. And you see that it's happened here and everybody's on the same page. Let me see what this kitty cat wants. What do you want? This is looking pretty dismal here. However, let's think positive and go, oh boy, they're going to get a price check at aisle 3. Excuse me. I don't know if I put out my usual daily warning about this active data column here, or if I remember if I did it during the pre-market when I set up the trading, but if you click accidentally or intentionally any place inside of this active data column here, you got an order on or a trade in, whether you decided to do that or meant to do that or not. I have developed the skill of getting smacking this close out or cancel out immediately, because I still make, even though I've been converting to this mouse for a while now from the keyboard, yesterday I made an error. And all you got to do is, if I want to get short, market, I would just be below the price and click left and right click, and I'm short market order. If I make a mistake down here and click left click, I've got a long in there, which, as you might imagine, can dazzle your whole plan, throw you off, shall we say. But I get up here and get them out, get those errors fixed in usually under 5 seconds or more, less. And is this going to get up and give me a signal? Yes, maybe next Thursday or something. Huh. Now, if Antonio was any kind of a friend, he'd cut his size back from that 50 lot and throw a long one here and get me up to a trigger. But oh no. And then I woke up. Now, having said that, strictly a joke, of course, because Antonio's a great guy and a good, responsible trader who follows along with the stream here from time to time and executes on IB using Bookmap and I think TradingView for some of his charting. Great guy, good guy from Portugal, and working him his way, building himself up there. So, just joking. However, Rod, who we know and refer to frequently, Antonio knows who he is. He is planning to move from his typical, I think he's on a 4 lot now, moving up to 20 lot trades. So that would be 3,000, risking $3,000 per trade. He has moved away from the risk neutral methodology because he's confident enough in his ability to have identified and trade, with discipline, A+ setups. So he, was burning a hole in his ass that he was giving away half of his profit. And that's true. When you do the risk neutral methodology, you take that, if you have a two lot package, and you take off the first one at the risk neutral scale, what have you done? You've cut your profit potential in half. You have also, from my point of view, you've also eliminated your risk. So, there you go. Different folks and different points along the trader development journey, but fun to communicate with and trade with these few guys. A pleasure. It's amazing to me how, I pay for my software, obviously, and I bought all this hardware, microphone and, all this crap. But it's amazing that the majority of this is free, isn't it? OBS is free. Streaming to YouTube is free. Now, you can't do it without the hardware and the gear, I guess, but still, it is pretty phenomenal when you stop and think about it. I'm not winning for losing here. Now we got both POCs down here. Oh well, Rod and the squad I'm sure they're all tickled. And if anybody is short, that's like mega confirmation that we're going to keep doing that. So the story goes. Well, I'm glad I've just about made that major stupid mistake. I had actually planned to switch this system to micro because I'm real curious to see what the backtest results are, micro to mini. Obviously, the basic numbers are going to be way different, right? It's a tenth. So $102,000 over 500 days is going to be 10,000. You know what I mean? But that's not the point. That's not the point. But I'm sure glad I had the wherewithal to notice that I was not looking at apples and apples. And it took the POC not being shifted for me to realize I was making a rookie blunder. But I hope that's, if you're listening, anyone, I hope that that's an eye-opener for you if you're considering cross-trading, which I know has been recommended by some people in TLab, for example, to watch and trade the minis, but actually be trading the micro trade them. Let me rephrase that: trade the micro off the mini, cross-trade or whatever. This is not really what that's called, but that's what they called it, or he called it. So I would suggest that that's not a good plan for just that reason. Imagine that you had a VPOC migration trade, and the VPOC, as we know, migrated outside the IB at 10:30. It took about 45 minutes later or 50 minutes later for that to happen in the micros. So you put the trade on based on that, and you're not, that signal hasn't even remotely happened yet. Okay, we're gonna get up there. Come on. Come on. Everybody out and push. Let's go. I'm not sure if I was muted or not, but I think it's worth repeating. It's a really good idea. This past moments with the difference of the VPOC migration outside the IB on the mini compared to the micro is a real eye-opener. Not to cross trade. Don't be watching the mini and trading the micro. I don't think that's a perfect example. If you're trading a VPOC migration outside the IB, it happened on the mini almost 1 hour before it did on the micro. Okay, that's on the stream, and I know that. Now I could do a couple things here, which I don't necessarily recommend. I could put a resting order at the IB, which is right here at the, now we have the RTH mid and the VWAP and a bunch of other stuff. But once or twice, I don't recommend that, because once or twice I've had a situation where I had a resting order at the IB. The trigger zone, as you remember, is 1 point either side. So I've had a resting order at the IB and it got up to within the trigger zone, but didn't ever fire. Here we are back at 1 point now. See what a difference it makes? Impossible to have Blue Boy visible and have 1 point on the scale, because the system wants, or whatever it's called, Bookmap wants to get everybody's, wherever you have, it wants all the trade to be visible. Maybe I can set that differently. I have no idea. You might perceive from these streams that I don't spend a lot of extra time doing platformy stuff. Like, for example, there may be a setting that says I can, it doesn't want to scale the entire trade into the what window I have. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. That's not something I need to worry about that I think is going to impact my trading. I'm more worried about getting the rules to work right on the back test or whatever, right? What have I accomplished by getting this to 1 point? Well, there's the IB. And there's 16. So when price gets within above 16, 68.16, that's the signal. That would be the trigger. Is it going to get there? I don't know. And am I going to be very rosy about taking a short? Not likely, because that's a pretty big clawback. But I'll do it. Huh. Don't have long to wait for that, huh? Well, these buy the dips are kind of making me nervous, making me anxious. If I had to guess and was trading something totally different, i.e. the VPOC migration outside the IB, where would I be looking? Somewhere around here, because what if we, the IB is way the hell up there. Ooh, two crazy Ivans. And we're headed for, yeah, well, that's right, okay. Got an hour. I keep thinking the signing ceremony is going to be at 12, but it's 1. Would certainly like to get a trade in and out. Now I can hide this, make this chart bigger, but I don't know that I really need to. I don't feel like I need to. And this is typically the way I run this tab, so. Ah, man. Yeah. Now we got all, you see how as price progresses and the range decreases in the visual area here, it expands the scale. And that throws me off. I'm thinking, wow, what the hell was that? Well, nothing. It was the scale moved. It's a move. It's a big move, of course, but it's not some. I have a hard time keeping perspective on this when it's covering the whole heat map. So there you go. Come on, get up there and give me a trigger. I'm sick of it. Give Daddy some love. Come on. Get some of that sugar. Come on. And in reality, what are we doing? Well, what is it? It's outside in. Outside in. Mean reversion. Mm-hmm. That's what it is. And I need this to get up here. There's the IB at 17. The trigger zone is 1 point plus or minus the IB. So I need this trigger. I need price to get to 16 before I could have a trigger. Now, I'll take the trade, saying right now, but I will not have a lot of confidence in it because just up above us at 20, which is a stop, I might point out, is a higher volume node coming through this bunch of low stuff. And what else we got going up here? Mid, VWAP. Something else? Anything else? Anybody on third? What's going on over there? Open? Price check at L3 is up here at 31, no? But who knows we're going to get there or not? Got no clue. You see why those VPOC migration flags were sort of handy in the beginning, like right now. Where the hell did the VPOC come from? Mine up, I guess. It's pretty obvious, but that's about all you're gonna know. I will say in advance that if I get a signal trigger after about 14, 15 or ish or so, I got to think about this because I'm really, I haven't been able to back test and determine this statistically, but I have a bad feeling about trades after 1400. It's like frantic, right? That power hour stuff. For me. In the trading system, I have a end of day rule for both long and short that at 1430 or wherever I preset it, but it currently is 1430, it automatically closes out any position. So I need to think about it before we get there today. Will I have a cutoff at 1400? Will I let it run anyhow? Will I? What I mean by that is the signal in the system and on the chart will fire absolutely as it's supposed to. But whether I will execute automatically or not is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, man. Well, I guess a mean reversion or a rotational outside in is been a big hit today, huh? Now, do you suppose that these traders realize they're making this old boomer here very sad, very disappointed? Do you suppose that they care? Probably not. So we've had a great morning. If you could have gotten on the short, that you had a vetted trade. I have. Let's see here if I can. I don't want to do that necessarily. I don't want to do that. I definitely didn't want to do that. You see how that jumped? Now that's Now it's doing all kinds of nasty shit. This is what I was trying to get away from with the mouse with the tail. Yeah, you done messing around now? Please, thank you so much. Still not updating. See how it's gray? Let's go up here and let's go boop, 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 boop. Wow. I was going to say something. I don't know. Oh, yeah, I do, actually. Let's get over here. See what we have going on here. This is a B-shaped profile. That is, in market profile wisdom, long liquidation or selling. P-shaped profile is short covering. Also, depending on the range, typically in a trend day like here, for example, the conventional wisdom is that there is no value area because price is in price discovery and they're trying to find an area where there is value, agreed value. So, you know, put that in your pipe and smoke it if you like that idea or not. Just putting forth some market profile isms for you. Look at this noise, man. Let's get back to the BT here. No signals, nobody left on third, no good news. There's our signals. No, all we needed right here was for this bar to trade right up there, and that would have been the trigger. And Katie bar the door. Wouldn't that have been a fun ride? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? So there you go. Maybe there'll be a trade, maybe there won't. We're coming up to 12 o'clock. The noon session. And here's one for you. There is a 12-to-1 stat. Those of you who enjoy that. It says, if we are out of balance, and that's pretty much out of balance right there, I guess. And we make a new excess between 12 and 1 or 12 and 1300. So we're not there yet. So hold your horses. That there's an extremely high probability in the 90s someplace, but I don't know the correct stat and therefore I shouldn't be saying anything, but it's fun to hear. There is a high probability that price will exceed or put in a new excess, but after or shall I say, in the balance of the trading session, the RTH session after 1300, which is kind of snazzy because the IB statistic, right, says exactly the same thing. Price will make a new high, or will exceed the IB high or the IB low at some point in the remainder of the RTH trading session. Means you got 6 hours. Over here, you got 2. That's kind of handy. I've never traded that stat between you and me and the gatepost, but it's out there. And I don't know if I'd want to try to... My initial reaction to try to vet that trade would be really tough because it's kind of a weird period of time, and there's all kinds of folklore and wives' tales about the price will reverse during the 12 to 1 and all this kind of stuff. I don't know. What I would like to do is have these vetted trades, have my business done and out of the way in the RTH1. And there you go. Hi, baby. Hi, Panda. What's up? Huh? What do you want? Chicken? You don't like chicken. Oh, they're going to go out the bottom of this here pretty quick. How many? Here's an analogy I like about picking tops and picking bottoms. If you take a bucket, dip it upside down, and pound on the bottom with a hammer, pretty quick you knock a hole in it. And that's kind of the same philosophy I use with these repeated approaches to extremes. And there's another completely other side of that coin, which is an asymmetrical trade. Is the best trade to take. And what is that? Well, if you get long right here, you know you're wrong right here, in theory. Or the other way, the true way to look at the definition of an asymmetrical trade is the relationship between the reward is asymmetrical to the risk. You risk 1 to make a gazillion. The opposite of the hole in the bucket idea, and also falls in line with mean reversion and, all that other stuff. But you can't go wrong with an asymmetrical trade location. Unfortunately, with my signals, that doesn't often present itself because they are where they are based on the initial balance and the pullback and the continuation zones. If you get lucky and that's right at a consolidation, then, or right at an asymmetric trade location, then you're, I guess, extra lucky. Oh, every time I walk out to do something, come back there, that the hole in the bucket's getting bigger. Long ago, and still in my trading stuff, I have an error code for breakouts. Because for me, when I found that I noticed that when I traded a breakout, I was essentially FOMO. And I realized very definitely that breakouts are, a valid trade philosophy or type or whatever. And, just talking about me here, noticing that about myself. That's one thing that's kind of interesting to me about the IB continuation trade. Normally, it's kind of a breakout. Now, certainly not after this kind of crap has gone on. But if we got down here, we got a signal up here and then came back down, that'd be a breakout, So if it is a signaled entry for the trade, and it's an IBC, I don't journal that as an error. If you see where I'm going there. And what's going on over here? SOS, baby. SOS. And something's wrong right here, right now. I can tell you that right now. Why do not I have... Oh, I know why. The labels are on this. I very seldom use this backtest chart if I'm not actually backtesting something. And I've never taken the time to correct. And I did on the trigger chart that the labels are not extended here on the IB low side of the backtest. I was just going to go, what the hell happened to the labels? The levels are here, but the little names, not. I'll fix that. Well, we got 6780. Do you remember when we were talking about the century figure at 6,800? I do. Boy, and these are the kind of times that, if you just short off any one of these pullbacks and look the other way, probably going to work out. But I'm trying to be responsible and disciplined and only trade the structured trades. My personally vetted trades, not quote unquote structured trades like you hear all over everywhere else. That's a structured trade. Or at least that's what I recognized. Let's do this. Boo. Custom, what is that? This is the I think that's correct. Yeah. Pullback range. IB. Oh, no, it's not. Forgot a letter. Pullback range. IB low. High. Yeah, I know. Got me some slack. There we go. And this is the pullback range. Now you're seeing all these trade secrets here. I got that wrong, dude, didn't I? No, I didn't. God. My eyes are struggling here. Pullback range. IB low, low. IB low, high. That's right. Look at there. Isn't that cute? And this is the continuation zone. And I'm certainly not worrying about hurrying up and getting in a trade real fast because I got I think we've got two possibilities of that. Continuation zone range. IB low, high. I don't know. I hope I got those right. They're going to be consistently wrong if not. Okay. I don't think it doesn't look right. Let's see. Yeah, it is. Okay. There you go. And the world famous Savvy. Now that bad boy's in there. Oh, come on now. Now you're encroaching in my go for a walk for my health, you know, to listen to eat my own dog food about taking care of yourself. Or my boy, wouldn't a nap feel good right now? So, better do that, I guess. Did I put that in there? So the most critical hardware you have in your entire trading office or world or whatever is on your side of the monitor. Think about that for a minute. We spend all kind of money on, monitors and software and desks and internet connection and signals and training stuff and mentorship or whatever the hell you spend money on. And the most important thing you have in your trading office, world, whatever, is you. Your eyes and your brain take in all that information and all that data and make a financial decision which affects you and or your family. Yet a lot of traders spend very little time thinking about or taking care of that. Make damn sure you're hydrated. Make sure you're well rested. Make sure you're not on tilt. Take a break throughout the day more than once and do some exercise. Make sure you're healthy. Get your blood pumping. Get outside at least once a day in the middle of the day somewhere and give your eyes a rest. We sit here staring at these charts for hours with our short focus eye muscles in constant tension. Get outside, focus down look down the horizon, the end of the street, whatever it is, across the prairie, wherever you are, out the hatch of the boat, and let your eyes soft focus, get some natural light. Really, really, really important. If you're on tilt, push that mouse away. Remember that there's no earthly reason why this particular trade day is the most important day in the world. Thousands, depending on how long you trade, you'll have literally thousands of trading days and trades. So there you go. Words from the old guy. Saged advice. And I'm fortunate enough to have a large enough office here with these two stand-up desks. I can step back and do squats. I've got some dumbbells over there on the floor. I can do curls while I'm watching the market. I got a pull-up bar in the door. Yeah. I mean, anything that you can do. How big a space do you need to have on the floor to do some squats or crunches or plank or sit-up or push-ups or something? Get 2-gallon jugs out of the refrigerator, out of, milk jugs, and fill them up with water. A gallon of fresh water is about 7 pounds, and do curls or whatever, You don't have to spend a penny. But it's really important. Yeah, that's a good one. Another thing that's kind of fits in with that whole, I couldn't think of it there for a minute, that whole idea, or that whole thought trend was, I don't know, have no idea where you're from or grew up or how you were raised or anything else, but most people that are at a point in time that are trading now were raised with a certain work ethic. I certainly was. And I suppose you were too. Well, guess what? Trading has no there's no equal or equation to effort to reward in trading. That does so, and that's the problem I think that happens with a lot of traders. They figure, oh, I'm standing here looking at these charts. I better be trading. This is my trading business, baby. I'm trading. That's absolutely the wrong approach. It's the most profitable 8 million figure traders, whoever the hell they are. And I believe some of them are telling the truth. They may not trade twice a month. And we certainly should weigh any trade we take and make that effort and that trade and putting our account at risk count mean something. Trading, the reward of trading is not proportional to the effort that you expend. That's a very definite true thing. And yes, luck is when preparation meets opportunity. No question about it. You need to prepare. That's not to say be a lazy douche and don't do anything. But I'm assuming you do your homework, vet your trades, have your stuff set up properly, understand what your trade plan is before you start the day. And just a little side note, absolutely never change your trade plan or your statistics or anything like that during the trading session, in my opinion. So there you go. And if you stop and think about it, most of the stuff that I say here, first, two things. First of all, remember that I'm talking to myself. And I may have not have mentioned this, but I believe very strongly, very definitely, that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it and has a certain degree of ability to manifest those things. Oh, I'm a useless trader. I can't stop overtrading. Your subconscious mind goes, oh, okay, we're going to be an overtrader. And I also believe from, yoga and things like that, that what you articulate verbally out loud has a great increased effect on your subconscious or that. So when I say these things, I'm talking to myself out loud, and it's my journal. And the only way that I can get what I was thinking into the stream is by narration here. So there you go. If you don't like hearing what I'm saying, turn down the volume. I guess. After you've liked and subscribed, of course. And I don't, you're never going to see rearview mirror stuff here or guru-y things. Any trade that I take, and that's another thing, any trade I take is live, real money on this account. A real AMP brokerage account. Big difference to trading sim or a prop thing where you can just throw, trade like a wild monkey. And if you blow it up, well, you just redo another one and away you go. This is much more serious for me now at this point. And this is really seriously pissing me off too. This continual chug to the low side is just irritation beyond all measure. Look at that. Now we're down there to, oh my God, almost 30 handles. No, more than that. Jesus. 17 and 30. Oh. 7, 97, 87, 77, 40 handles since I started talking about it here. And in hindsight, wouldn't that have been lovely? Just throw a short on the high of the day up there because you knew this was going to happen. Come on, you're an internet guru guy. You knew very definitely that we were going to trade down, we're going to test up. Didn't get anywhere. We pulled back up, couldn't get any traction, and off we went. Now, You put a big short on of 50 contracts and went to bed, right? Went back to the beach with your girlfriend. Whatever. This is very definitely irritating and doesn't make for exciting TV or whatever this is, live stream. Unfortunately, this is a real window to actual live trading, not any of the other stuff. You know? Now, if I were to just have a short stream and A, make it up, or B, just, have the stream start an hour and a half or 2 hours after the open and go back and do the rear view mirror thing. My daughter can do that and she doesn't trade. Anybody can. And if most of those people that do that were any good at trading, they would have their mouth shut and be making money doing that. Unfortunately, that's, I think, the way it is, The most vocal YouTube influencer types probably can't make any money doing that, trading. And they're making killer money on YouTube. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. And wouldn't I love it? You bet. Isn't this annoying? Absolutely. I'm so mad I'm going to eat some arugula here. Oh boy, I sure hope they keep going shorter and all these guys keep making money. It is one hell of a classic short day, though, isn't it? And a very good reason why Picking the bottom is not a very fortuitous idea. Well, there's that gap low from the 7th down there, so that's pretty close. I'm so happy about that. And below that will be a micro composite VPOC. Yeah. Here's the gap low, and there was the gap high. And down here, I think you're going to find, for too long, unless I'm a dunce and didn't get it in there, naked volume point of control. And there we are, POC from the 17th. MCVPOC. Now, is that the only one down there? 67, 20, 75. Is that where we are now? No, see? I missed one. I missed this one. 67, 20, 75. Oh, bad little pig. 67, 20, 75. Boom. Template. Oh, yeah, I'm not showing you the right thing. Template. From some day or another. From whatever day. And the 7th. Again with the 7th. Okay. Is that from, wait a minute. Yeah, November, okay. Making sure it was the right year. Is that right? No, I forgot a 75 over here. I try to have these up to date every night. I try to do them during the down period, but I sometimes get sucked away and whatever else. So what I had forgotten to get in there or deleted by accident was this one. $60.75 MCVPOC. Notice up here the info box. Watch when I hover over. There's the candle and there's all the stuff about it. Okay. And here we are over here, and it's in there now, and it's something I'm going to be sure and remember to do. Is there. Look at that go. Boy, oh boy. Isn't that something? Isn't that irritating? Yep. It is. Certainly is. And what happens to me is I get mad and irritated right now, like now. So I'll think, screw it, I'm going for a walk and go out and do something. Then I'll come back and all hell, it will have jumped up here, got the trigger and hauled ass to the bottom. You know, always something like that. Not always something like that. That's a bad thing to say. Rarely things like that happen, but they do happen. When I go out for my couple of 3-mile hike there at the lunch hour to get some fresh air and stuff, I can monitor the stream on my phone, but I can't do anything about it. you know, trade or whatever else. If I stay here and lay down or whatever, then I'm comatose. I'm comatose and I don't know anything about it either. Well, well, well. Isn't that just peachy? Peachy keen. It would be hard to short, you know, this market if we pulled back 30, 40 handles, wouldn't it? Yeah. What are we looking at up here? You know, if we pull all the way back up here, well, that'd be a pretty tough short to take, wouldn't it? It would be the short to take, but it would still be a toughie. For me. Well, we still have our A and we still have our B, and we're printing down here, so I'll think about all of this. $12.30. Maybe I'll go take a shower and try to get revived here. I got nothing happening on the horizon. I know some traders who have probably lost an awful lot of money today trying to pick this bottom. This one guy who's a nice guy and he's mature, you know, has established profession in the medical world and just cannot keep from clicking that mouse, man. He's told me one time he came into the stream and then into the Discord, my Discord a couple of times, and we've had a talk, and he's like, some ridiculous thing, like blew up 11 combines in a month, spent $2,500 or something like that. It's like, dude, maybe you ought to just pick. And I've told him, how can I stop? How can I stop? I've told him about 1,000 times. Pick one setup, vet it, take mine if you want. I'm about as transparent as you want to get here. There's all the rules, there's all the levels, there's everything you want to have. And just take that one trade. And or only take, have a daily loss limit, or keep your lot size low, whatever. Refuses to do any of them. Trades, puts on a 15 lot or some shit. I don't know what to think. And that is perfectly fine if he would just realize that he enjoys the adrenaline rush of the big thing like gambling and think, okay, great. There you go. But he needs to slow down. His wife was giving him crap about, when are you going to stop? They went at that time of 11 combines or something, and $2,000 or $3,000 in 1 month. She was not amused. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to get what seems to me to be a really, obvious answer or obvious method across. I don't get it. I guess that's why I'm not a shrinking Steenbogger is. Huh? Why I don't make money off books and courses. This is just annoying here, I'll tell you. And in hindsight, absolutely get short right up there at the IB high and just go to bed. Go take a nap. Have your, put an end of day order down there somewhere and, liquidation thing and rhythmic and go to bed. What the hell? This is just annoying. So I think I'm going to step away here, get a little exercise, take some of my own dog food, get outside, get some fresh air, get some sunlight, get some UV. I'll focus my eyes and see what happens when I'm back. Make sure the music's kicked off here so it's not maximum boring. And again, if it's lousy or too loud or too soft or whatever, put something in the chat and I'll deal with it when I get back and see it. And all this liquidity living down here. Look at all this stuff stacked up down here. No real big numbers out in there anywhere that I see. Sure as hell no signal's gonna fire anytime soon. Maybe tomorrow. And the second I leave, of course, this will turn around and go zooming up to the top. And don't forget that random risk is going to be taking the stage at 1 o'clock, I guess it is now. Well, they're just rubbing insult and injury here, aren't they? Look at that short. I hope somebody's on it. I see Rod and some of the guys are. Oh, I'm desperately on the cusp of a nap or a walk. And I don't know which. I'm not sure why this thing is doing this either. I don't know why this profile's over here instead of over here and it's not looking right. Oh, I do know why. There we go. Get it screwed in too tight, it quits. Oh, yeah. Well, let's see, 10 minutes to 1. Are we going to get the 12 to 1 stat? I would suppose we are, based on the way the market's moving. All right, so mega bummer. I'm gonna head out for a walk. I'll be on the stream via my phone. Get some fresh air, eat a little of my own dog food. See if I can get 3 or 4 miles in here quickly, and be back to see what kind of tomfoolery they're up to into the close. I'll leave this on the book map, I guess. And yeah. All right, have a good one. I'll be back quickly. Well, I cut the walk short because I thought it was going to be. I got ahead of myself a little bit. I could have got a little bit more in there. Anyway, here we are back at the disappointing story. Double bottom. Ooh, baby, here we go. So if you had to ask yourself the question, what is context today? I guess it, and you don't realize it's straight down, well then that's, you need to go back to context 101. We had the VPOC migration outside the IB. That's always a big sign. We've got both VWAPs in the mid down below the IB, further negating the possibility that I'll have a signal here, because I'm going to need to be within 1 point of the IB here on the pullback in order to get the trigger for a short. I suppose I got two chances of that, slim and none, and no sooner than I talk, I start saying something that drops out of bed. Well, you can bet you got the bottom pickers and the breakout lickers itching. I'd have to go with the breakout, I guess. Continuation makes sense. Nothing going to be for me today. At about in another, I don't know, top of the hour, maybe 10 after, quarter after, I'll be shutting it off. I'm not turning off the system, but I wouldn't be putting on a trade because I've got my end of day closeouts at 14:30. And that's just the way I set it up. They're going the wrong damn way here. I'm supposed to go up. Well, I don't think they're too impressed with the economic state of affairs here. Now we are in the quandary, or almost, the power hour. Short all day, hard short all day. Wouldn't it be interesting to see a squeeze? Wouldn't it be interesting? Well, I'll be looking at different alternatives with the trade setups and the rules. We'll go through the back testing here once again at about the top of this hour, and then do the trade recap. At 2:30, market on close and balance at 250, and shut the stream down at 1500. 7 hours. Well, I guess about all you could say about today was it was an exercise in patience and discipline, maybe. Didn't get that signal, didn't get the trigger. Had an A, had a B, didn't get the trigger, and here I sit, brokenhearted. Okay, so we're 14:01 Central Standard Time in the original and world famous Power Hour, and I have no idea where that phrase came from. It's a thing, that's for sure. So let's think about what we're going to do now. What are we going to do now? What is the thing to talk about? I've already talked about a lot of stuff here. So let's do the backtesting thing again. So here we go again with the just a recap of the backtesting. There is the backtest tab. These are the rules, and this is the backtest system. I had applied the system here to this chart, and we didn't get any signals or any trades. We can look at that in a minute, but I can assure you of that. And let's take that off of here for now. Now the system is not pushed to the chart right here. So how does this system work? There needs to be a specific rule for every step, that shouldn't be news to anybody, but qualifications, various, project flow things to deal with, and then the statistics rules, and then the trade management stuff down here. And what the system does is the backtest engine runs through however many days back I tell it to go look and backtest. It will go back that far and run each one of these rules evaluated over each 1 minute bar back however far. And you can imagine just quickly how hard it would be to try to do that manually and get any kind of consistent data, even though you build up something like I built here that has the rules so you can see how that's how this started. I built a couple of rules to be able to backtest manually and see how, if it looked like we were actually getting the rules that I was expecting. And then I realized if I took it one step further, I could build each rule and each signal exactly in this chart, which has got nothing to do with the backtesting or the trading system. These are just custom indicators and markers. So back here a little if we can, okay. Signal markers. So here are the 4 the IB, or this is around the IB low, right? Because we're way down below it, so the IB high is above us. And here we had an A, and we had a B, and we never got our trigger to get short. And wouldn't that have been a magical experience to be short down here? Had this rule right here, or this one, traded up 2 or 3 ticks higher, it would have been a trigger, and we would have been short all day and just happier than a pig in the mud. But that's trading, and that did not happen. So that's that. Now, the way to set this up and backtest it to show you how efficient this can be, let's look back at 500 days. 500 days. I don't know why it does that sometimes, but it does. And sometimes I don't notice it, and then I'm all wondering what the hell is going on. 500 days. So we're going to backtest the last 500 trading days of the MES. So this will be interesting because I've not ever done the MES before. I'd only done the ES. So this will be fun. 2 contracts, RTH session only. And these are the reports that I want to have. Okay. Now it will go back 500 days and move forward 1 minute at a time and evaluate every one of these rules over every single 1 minute. How long do you imagine that would take? How long would it take you manually? Well, at my age, I'd have to live older than Methuselah in order to get through with it. So, yeah. So let's backtest it. There we are. 493 days. Took 5 seconds. $10,000, essentially, well, $9,300. Remember, this is $1.25 a tick. Huh? This is not the ES. Remember that. Really important. This would be $93,000 on the ES. So this is not wanting to be too responsive here, which is really annoying. There's the number of trades. Here's the maximum drawdown. The maximum, so funny. Maximum pullback is $210. Well, that would be $2,100 normally, right? But it isn't. So let's get over here to the trades and see what we have. And this thing just doesn't want to do. I'm trying to, there we go. Okay. Now this should be $30 as it is here. There's something wrong right there. This is the first time I've ever run one on the micros, but this is how you can do it. Here's your win rate. Micros, there's 246 winning trades. There's 222 losing trades. There was 725 trades taken. We had a maximum of 7 consecutive winners in a row and 7 consecutive losers in a row. And if you really want to get into the weeds, you can do this. Come on, one more, come on. One more. And here is the result of each trade, the time, the date, trade setup type, and the results, the exit type. End of day, T1. I'm not seeing any T2s here. All right, here we go. Here's a T1 and a T2, so it is working right. There would be $75, which would be correct for a 2-lot risk neutral package, and you can plot these and look at each and every one of them up. Okay, now I didn't do this for, let's try it and see what happens here. This will be new and exciting for the, these are the, over the weekend, these are 14 back tests, 16, oh no, 12 back tests of the ES, 493 days, and the results, every kind of metric you might want to know, whether any of these trade management configurations, what effect they had. This is the basic 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2, no trail, 2 lots, and these would be the specs, okay? This is what I would expect to get. It's $102,550, and all of these specs: 52% win rate, 47 loss rate, $206 expectancy, profit factor of 1.17, and a risk reward ratio of 1 to 2.23. Then there's various other ones. Here is the same 12 tick stop, 12 tick first target, T1, 48 tick T2. At T1, it trails up to break even. And that's what happened. The best of them all is right here. Ironically to me. And that's a 12 tick stop, 36 tick T1, 48 tick T2, and no scale. And that got, that got an expectancy, a smaller expectancy of 162, 59% a loss rate, and 40% win rate. Do you notice that? 41% win rate and 60%, 59% loss rate, for a profit factor of 0.69. And here's a pretty key one. You had 6 winners in a row and 11 losers. Even though at the end of the day, if you toughed it out, we're a big boy, it would net more money. But that would be pretty hard. You'd have to be, after you've taken 11 losers, you'd have to be going, in a row. Well, that's within my parameters. My loss rate is within my parameters. Pretty tough to do. Let's do what I was going to do next, which is this. So this is my per back test beauty here. This is 500 days. There are 725 trades. That's the wrong one. There are 246. Whoops. Where'd that go now? This is not playing nice. 246 wins. And the average winner is $65. Oops, the average win is $65. And losses, we have 222. Average loss is $30. Okay. There you are. We had 257 scratch, 51.66, 48.34, $17 expectancy, 1 to 2 risk reward ratio. As this paid out, averaged out, and there was 2 contracts per package, 1,450 positions. We got T1 503 times, T2 246 times, and we stopped 701 times. Remember that these are doubles, right? So that's kind of how I approach the whole shooting match to do with backtesting, and I believe that it is the correct, only sensible way to do it. And after you have gotten your backtest and proven out, you take the trades. That's the whole secret to trading as a business. There you go. That's trading as a statistical business, not as a video game or gambling. How do you go about that, in my opinion? You need to first realize that this right here is a random market. Millions of individual traders and quants and algorithms are voicing their opinion about the market continuously through the day. There's no possible way you can have any kind of a consistency there. Also a fact, the statistical outcome of the next trade is 50-50, and that is a statistical fact. This is a binary event. It can only tick up, it can only tick down. This is essentially like flipping a coin. So there you are. Once you accept that, then you need to recognize or determine how you're going to go about making money at this, as a real business, not video game, gambling, guessing, hunching, any of that stuff. So you identify a level of some sort or an area on the chart and the specific criteria that validate an entry at that location. I have chosen the initial balance high and low, or the two initial balance trades. Then you acquire a large enough data set to be outside the random distribution probability, and you backtest it and determine the statistics. What did we just determine? If it's positive and you have a positive expectancy, every time that specific setup and rules and criteria show up, you put on a trade. And you lean on the law of large numbers to manifest the expectancy to your bank account. Now, this is not some, fantastic thing that I dreamed up. It is the solution or the procedure that the most profitable traders and hedge funds in the world have come to realize is the proper way to do it. Thorpe, Ray Dalio, Paul Tudor Jones, Jim Simmons, Tom the Trader, Mark Douglas, Tom B, Rod, just pick one. Any trader, this Breitstein guy, or Breitstein, how you pronounce his name, any of them. You listen to what they say or write, Tom Sosnoff. It's all about probabilities and a number of occurrences, the law of large numbers. Also, if that sounds familiar, it's the exact business model of a casino from the point of view of the casino, the gaming business from the point of view of a casino. They take no trade, which they have not pre-identified, as a positive edge or an expectancy. Then they bring that game to the floor, and their only mission in life is to play that game as many times as they can on the casino floor. They know that gamblers will win. They know the house will win. We know that trades will get stopped or lose, and we know that trades will win. They don't freak out. As long as it stays within parameters, the pit boss doesn't come shoot the dealer or change all the rules. They just deal the next hand, knowing full well that the edge will manifest, or the expectancy will manifest itself to their bank account. And I think it ought to be pretty obvious that works. So that's trading as a statistical business, not a video game or gambling or guessing or hunching or YOLOing or whatever it is. I had a setup. I didn't get the trigger. I didn't take the trade. and it would have been breathtaking all the way down to here. You could have just kept trade managing that by pulling your stop up behind the swing lows and be still in the trade, basically. Obviously, that's hindsight, because so you pull down to here behind this swing high, and then what happened over here? Well, you're out, obviously. So that's that's the secret to rearview mirror trading. You can pick out the best examples quickly, and then humans have a facility of, it's called confirmation bias, where we see patterns, whether they're there or not, to confirm what we believe. The classic example, and one of the best, is Fibonacci numbers. You draw a line you draw horizontal lines on the chart every 5 ticks or every 5 points, and you're going to find places where it turns all the time. Whether it has anything to do with a real, whether it's real or not, let me put it that way. I was looking for something. Here's a good one. So what happened here? Well, we pulled up here and we didn't get through here, and we took this level and we sold off. What is this level? This is one of my pullback zone levels from my IB setup that I put on the chart. It's got nothing to do with anything. It's just so I can see where the level is. Yeah. So there you go. And I'll step aside here for a minute, and obviously no trades, and not going to be any. I'll do we'll go around the horn here and do the recap at the bottom of the hour. So now I'm going to finish my salmon. Well, here we are at the bottom of the power hour, rounding the corner for that final turn and run to the cash close. We'll have the market on close imbalance at 1450, I assume. Interesting to see what happens now, how quick these industrious geniuses back in DC pick up the slack and start getting the numbers out. I'm hoping that happens quickly. That'll be interesting. So let's get started with and that's probably a good spot to start, actually. Let's look at the reports. Tomorrow we have, drum roll please, non-farm productivity. Obviously the non-farm we missed for 2 months in a row now. Baker Hughes rig count we'll get. I guess we'll get all of these numbers. I'm not sure about continuing jobless or non-farm productivity. To be honest, I think those do come from the government. And who knows? This is investing.com, which is free. You can filter it for your time zone and reports you like and country and everything else. Whether you want 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, etc. And another handy thing you can do that you may or may not know, if you just click on the name of the report, it'll tell you all about it. What the outcome has been since 2021, what the schedule of the reporting is, what the actual was, and you can go down, more, and you can see all kinds of them. It's pretty cool, a pretty damn cool resource, I believe. I doubt we'll get this because this is government. Labor efficiency. I suppose it's the BLS, but I don't know. Yeah, Bureau of Labor Statistics. There you go. Source. So forget that. I don't think we'll get anything. We will get that tomorrow. I would definitely doubt that. Okay, so we figured that part out. Now let's look at the earnings. Not much of anything tomorrow. Tuesday, we got a couple. Wednesday, Thursday. What the hell am I doing here? Thursday's today. Duh, football. Then nothing. Then nothing until Tuesday. Wednesday's going to be a biggie, NVIDIA. And we've got some Home Depot, Home Builders Depot, Home Depot, Lowe's, that stuff. So we might see, and Walmart and Target. So we might see something about consumer stuff and home things in the earnings. The other source that I use, also filterable, but not quite as much, I don't believe, is Financial Juice. It is a little different in that investing.com just has actual, real financial reports and data. Financial Juice adds things which are really key nowadays, like this: Trump signs executive orders. Well, that's not any financial anything, but boy, it can have one hell of an effect on the market, right? So I think it's really great, that the White House or whoever is sharing that information with someone, finally, and that they're getting it in the schedule. That's really cool. Very helpful. We know years in advance that the non-farm payroll will be at 7:30 in the morning, the first Friday of every month. We can plan for that. We can do risk mitigation. We can go back and look at those reports and see what the outcome was for all these different reports and did the miss and did just like I showed you a minute ago. But these kind of things are unscheduled, random, super critical risk events. So it's really great they're getting them in there. Now, this is the right column here is more of a squawk box feel. And so this is where we'll see the market on close orders. Market and close in balance. I always say the wrong thing. Sorry. And that's good. For example, that when I was talking about random risk, there you go. There was an unscheduled, out of no place tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning. Not based on any fact. Nothing confirmed that. It was denied by other people in the White House and turned out to be nothing. And the consequences which were threatened didn't happen at all. Okay, so it was just kind of like a random freak out or squeak or squawk or some damn thing. But look what happened to the market. That's the part I'm pointing out. And we didn't know that. We knew nothing about that coming up or that potential. So that's why you need to be on guard. Don't put your account at risk in the market any more than you have to. Always only trade your A+ setups that you've previously vetted. Make sure you always have a bracket order in. And that if you're trading live, as I am, and real money, that bracket order is server side, not living on your computer. Those are just, you can do what you want, but that's what I think. So anyway, there we are. We're red across the board. 1% change. Look at there. 2% on the NQ, mini NQ. That's a pretty, we don't like what's going on candle they got over there. Well, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. Now, let's take a look. We've already gone over the trigger and the backtesting stuff. I think enough that we don't need to deal with that anymore. We just got through with the whole backtest story. This is open interest. Here's our ATR, so we're at 3.75% or points on a. What is this crap? This thing thinks we're in a trade, and we're 436 ticks up. What the hell is that? This is so annoying to me. I don't have any idea what this is even thinking about. Jesus, that isn't what I want to do there either. This is so random and disappointing. This is something I've got to get to the bottom of with these IRT guys. This is not cool at all. I took no trades today. I have no trades on. I wish I was 436 ticks up. On a look at a 2-lot short on the MES, $1,090, 436 ticks to the good. I can promise you that that's not real. And I'm really sorry to have to say that. That's goddamn ridiculous. Anyway, so there's four handles, average true range on the 1 minute. And we're at about 128% volume for this time of day. God damn, that's just frustrating. I had not gone to this tab today, and I've looked at all the others, and of course there's nothing there. I got no clue what to tell you. I've got no clue what to do about that, except I'm just going to do a support ticket with Bill Lynn and see if anybody's over there that can help me sort this out. I don't really care. I know how to get rid of this notes thing here. I can make that go way off this chart. But what I want to know about is this thing really in a trade? Did it really take a trade here? That's the part that's pretty concerning, eh? Because IRT has the functionality to trade and to trade off of the, the rules, whatever. There was no signal trade today. So I don't know what this is about, but I like the looks of it. But $1,000 on a micro two lot, and I couldn't begin to tell you how to close this trade off and have it mean something. So that's pretty annoying, isn't it? Yeah, pretty. So there's the micros. I don't see any trades open here. There's no trades in the trading list, which according to Bill Lynn means if this quote page has no symbols in it, IRT can and will not be taking a trade really any place to a broker. What I believe is doing is, I believe that has taken a trade, a simulated trade for some freaking reason, and I don't know that either, but I got to get to the bottom of it. This is stupid. So yeah, there you go. All the little joys that you discover. See, as much as I look at this crap, as much as I've used it, didn't go there yet today, and wow, what a surprise! Just magical. And I really don't know what to do about it. Let's see what happens if I go chart trading dome on this thing here. Let's see what happens. Well, it still thinks we're short too, and we're up $1,000. And what account's it on? Well, it's not telling me. That's not a good thing. But I can tell you what I'm going to do now. I'm going to flatten this thing and see if anything happens. Now, you see this part right here? That's talking about that. This is talking about the trade list. I don't know why this is doing this, how it can be doing this. No clue. Really irritating, eh? Jesus Christopher Christ. Well, I wish that was the truth. Wouldn't that be fun? That'd be the kind of mistake a guy needs to have. Well, that's what can happen to you if you just are a moron. You know, if you're just dumb luck, I guess. Where did that supposedly get in? I don't even know. I don't even know. That's even not in. Wait a minute. Is that even in the day's range? 68.70. That's not even in today's range. Today's range was only 68.50. That's impossible. Ha! Must have been overnight. It's the MES. Okay, this is kind of fun. Let's figure this out, eh? It could have been from yesterday because we were up there then. Well, that's pretty weird. I don't know what to say other than I don't want that happening anymore. And I don't know why it is. But that's the worst part. No problem if you know why and what to do, but that's really terrible when we're talking about money. This is not some proppy simmy thing. So there you go. Here is our micro composites, and that's down here. This is the ES micro. These are daily candlesticks. This is a RTH session only, and wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it. Now I'm going to let this one stand alone because it didn't overlap yesterday by a couple of ticks. Remember that we didn't close the gap at the top side by 7 ticks. So this will be starting a new version like here. We'll see what happens tomorrow. And this is the ES. This is the the market profile. God, that's amazing. And here we are at the world famous book map. We got 5 minutes till the market on close order, so we got time to goof around here a little bit. The micro composite columns, we didn't close this gap. Previous RTH low, open. We got within a point of it or less. We did close the gap to the bottom, so what? We closed this gap high and this gap low. So let's do my workflow, which is change the text to black after the level has been revisited. God, that's got me put off now. I mean, this is not good. And the high and low volume nodes here, no problem. The full session volume profile and today's RTH session volume profile. Today's notes column with the lower out of range open type and all of the statistics, which we put in every morning at between 8 and 8:30. And here are the session prices, and this ought to be pretty obvious what this is. Blue boy, and there's today's context. Kaboom. Drum roll, please. And we'll have the market on close in a minute and a half. And I'm still spitting nails over here, wondering why that's doing that. Okay. Okay, doke. I'm scared. Boy, wouldn't I be a happy camper if that was right? Yeah, and wouldn't I be a dismal, catastrophic bummer if had gone the other way? It's like everything else we do as humans. We always remember the good stuff, of the hundreds of times that you move your stop away from your entry and you get stopped out for a lot more money than you had originally planned your risk. Forget all of that when you move it one time and it works. That's huge, huge. Another thing that's kind of important, I think, to probably note, maybe, we're going to have the market on close. Let's see what we get. Are we going to get a big pop over here now? In 1 second. Boom. A little bit. got a little bit here. Not a lot, but a little. I'm still I'm still in shock. Boy, I didn't expect to see that at all. And now we get two of them. Oh boy, we don't usually get. What the hell? Something's wrong. This is the old way of reporting it, and this would be read 1,156,000,000. Buy side S&P 500, and the new way they're reporting it, apparently, I guess, is buy side S&P 500 plus 1.1 billion, plus 714 million, plus sell buy side 475, buy side 311, buy side 472, buy side 313. I have no clue why they're doing the two of them like this, and why they're not just pushing out the. This is the new format. They said this report was being reworked a day or two ago. Yesterday they pushed it out, and it was just the new format. Why they've done this old one? Search me. But there you have it. And we've got some stuff after the news, after the this evening. Tomorrow we've got essentially nothing, unless Mr. Microphone jumps in there on us at some point. Yeah, well, there you go. And there's that last minute. There's that last minute shift on the VPOC. Now, according to this, we should have another shift here, according to this. Why I'm not seeing it here, I don't know. Man. Now, just so you're aware, that may be of interest. Let me make sure I've got this figured out here now. What was the one I was thinking about? Okay, here's something that you need to be able to do with Rhythmic. This is the recent order report. shit. I don't know whether I can do this or not. I was going to show you a couple reports from Rhythmic that how I confirm that I have that I'm flat, et cetera, and that's not really going on, whatever the hell Bookmap or IRT thinks about. But I can't see exactly how to say it, how to show it without reflecting the account stuff. You know what I mean? I don't let you. They don't apparently let you. Oh, I guess this might work. All right, so. Wait a minute. There you go. This is, you can go to recent orders, and here you will have anything that's open. Working order, nothing. And these are the completed orders, and you can see that the last completed order was now off to the left here, which I've scrolled away from, is the account number, and I nuked out most of my user ID here, except the obvious parts. And you can see that the times it was in and out was all yesterday. No entries for today. There you go. Yeah. And I have, I get a client statement, broker statement every evening. I can, I'll work some of that into the pre-market to display that for transparency and accountability. Yeah. Boy, that was a surprise. That was a surprise. Jesus. Is it still showing this shit? Let's see. Am I still rich? Yeah, I am. Oh, hell, I'm getting better. I'm doing better now. I'm up $1,100. That's just stupid. Stupid, dupid. Now, the way you get rid of this thing is, I will show you. You just go like this. See where it says notes? And also trade viewer. You could fire that up if you want to. Notes. It'll blink. When you highlight the right one, it blinks. Delete. Boom, it's gone. And trade viewer, I want to get rid of that. I'm gonna set up one of my tabs, probably that testing tab up there that you see. I'm gonna set up one of them. Specifically to watch for this. Exactly. Watch for some kind of random nonsense. I don't think that it's a possibility or that it will happen. Oh, and I look at the working orders and fills. Those are being pushed in there too. Where this comes from is These things are living on the chart from, a long time ago, and then I repurpose the chart for something else and rename it, and all that stuff stays there. I'll have to look at all of these later tonight between sessions when I'm not laughing my ass off. Well, that's just amazing. Okay, I've got them out of here, I guess. I don't know whether it's anywhere else or not. I have no clue. It takes too long to look at this stuff when it's IRT's busy thinking, and it's 1500. Well, hush my mouth. Okay, so yeah. Have a great evening. Remember what I said. This is, fatherly advice here, grandfatherly advice. Remember that you are the most critical, important piece of equipment in your trading world. You must take care of it. If your brain, your eyes aren't firing on 100%, I don't care. A gazillion dots per inch monitor and, 50 megabyte fiber optic connection isn't going to help you. You need to be hydrated, well rested, nutrition, proper nutrition, exercise, blood's pumping, brain's working, you're not on emotional tilt. And if you've got all that stuff going, you can make money trading on a laptop. With discipline, and like I could have easily traded today on one screen on a laptop, not streaming or doing any of the things I do, but waiting for the one setup, waiting for the initial balance high or low trade, which didn't ever materialize, by the way, and so I didn't take a trade. So have a great night. 8 o'clock in the morning. Remember, I stream 7 hours a day, free. You're welcome to have the session prices. If that would be of any help, let me know in the chat. Subs and likes is great. That's all I'm in it for. I don't get paid for this. It's my virtual trading journal, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning.